Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fifth at Night, y'all. Welcome. I'm your host, the Fifth General. All right, today's topic, social privilege, the double standards we don't talk about. So today, we're going to get into a topic by our brother Beyonder, who comes on the show, the old faithful. He's on here. I don't know where he's at this second, but it's his topic. But he'll be up here and he will be pretty much sharing the delegations, well, the hosting duties basically of how this episode is going to go. So I'll see the brother when he gets here. Until then, I got it from here. All right. I see my special one. She's here today. My special lady. Hello, Jessica. You're on mute. We can't hear you. Oh, my mic is. See, my mic was far away too. How you doing?
Biff, how you doing?
Okay.
Long time no see. It's kind of only been like 5 days.
Yeah.
I've missed you.
Missed you too, Jess. Mm-hmm. Just the romantic.
I gotta get my lighting together.
Yeah.
Came out of a storm. I'm excited for this topic. You know, I'm prepared to hear some foolishness.
I don't know. I have questions. For everyone. I don't know what everyone is going to say, but this is beyond this topic, so I'm sure he's prepared. So we're gonna see where he's gonna go. I think we really need to get into what is actual social privilege. What is it? What are the double standards between men and women? And then let's see what people think, what they feel is what is, how they define it. Everybody has their opinion, and then there's the facts, and everyone has their experience too. So there's that element. Yeah. So we're gonna see what people are talking about. I think I had a video that I wanted y'all to see.
You don't know what people are going to say?
No, I don't. Well, I don't know what they're gonna say because by the time they show up, I don't know. Maybe they're still doing research. I don't know.
Because I feel like people at this point. You know where I stand.
Yeah, I just hope my brother's all right because he's late to his own topic.
Yeah.
That's not normal.
Have you called him?
I mean, I reached out to him this afternoon. He said he was ready. He said he was ready for tonight. So hopefully everything is safe with the brother Beyonder. But this is not my topic, so I don't want to take it over. But it is my show. So, I still have a job and a duty. So let me just read kind of like what a general consensus of what social privilege is between men and women. And, I had looked up something and a couple articles came up.
Okay.
And one particular thing that I found is that it's how, I guess, social privilege can be summarized. And that is, it says social privilege is an unearned system advantage or entitlement that benefits a specific group of people based on identity traits like race, class, or gender. Determining whether men or women benefit more is complex. Men historically hold structural economic and political dominance, while women experience specific social protections and distinct interpersonal advantages. I did send an email, KJ.
Oh, KJ's coming. I gotta put on the whole armor.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm just taking care of my guest here. Yeah. Okay. All right. He's gonna check. All right, because I made sure I do a group email.
Yeah, I got it.
I make sure everyone gets it. He says it might have went to a spam. Okay.
Maybe he was looking up those Steve Harvey quotes.
well, that's gonna be for another topic. That's gonna be when I get back from the cruise, because I do have that pandarus topic ready.
Pandas.
Oh,
Every time I watch that show now, I think about y'all.
What, Steve Harvey?
The tonight's convo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't hear it. Every time Ace talk, I'm like, I don't hear it.
I mean, you don't hear it, huh?
I don't. I'm like, I'm trying to listen for something that sounds like, because I can't stand a hypocritical person, and I can't stand people who be commercial to exploit people. I'm like very sensitive to things that sound like exploitative, and I don't give that.
Now we talking a specific gender of what you don't like in terms of the exploitation and the hypocrite or whatever part you just mentioned?
Of course not. Equal rights, equal lefts.
I sure hope so.
Oh my gosh. I just ain't never met a woman like me who's balanced,
Well, there's homework out there on people.
Homework?
Yeah. This is how homework, meaning like there's homework on me.
Oh.
If somebody wanted to really know if I was biased or not, they could easily look up my years of content.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to so call me out, they can. What I would put in context is, have you seen my growth? Because I believe I was way more harsh earlier in my content creation. I will admit that.
But and people should be allowed to grow and have a different opinion as they age. They
should, but I would take responsibility for the things I said in the past, and then I would point to, well, from this time to this time, my thoughts have changed. Mm-hmm. And then you could say, okay, well, because you could go by patterns. The patterns. We judge people by. Me personally, I don't judge people by always what they say. I go by patterns. Like, for instance, if a woman says what her dating type is, I don't go by that. I go by your exes. Your exes tell me what you like.
Yeah.
Okay. Show me who your exes are, and I'll show you who your type is. Okay. And I myself can be judged by that too.
Yeah, of course.
If you see me talking about how I don't date ratchets, but I got a history of ratchets, then I must like ratchets, right?
Sometimes men will say, "Well, I'm just sleeping with them. These are the women who fast and loose, and I'm not taking them home to mom. Those are not the women I want, though." Well, and we'll be like, "That's hypocritical. Why are you entertaining them at all?" Then?
Yeah, you could, and that is still a pattern you could judge someone by. You know what I'm saying? Like, how some people say, "Oh man, I don't steal," but all in your history is you being a thief. You do.
You be grabbing it. Well, sticky fingers.
What is going on? Why he ain't getting? That's weird. Why is his brother not getting the email that everybody else got?
Maybe try texting the link.
Send me your email again, brother. Because I got the iCloud. See, is that why Beyond is not here? So you got the email, right?
I did.
And it's a group email. KJ's saying he can't see it. And Beyond is not here.
I see everybody on it.
Well, he just gave me a Gmail account. Lord, Lord, Lord. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to happen on air.
Yeah. Like that lady from QVC when she talked about a blowjob.
Hold on. Now, you're going to have to give context after you just said that just now. Hey, now. Hey, now. Whoa. Whoa, Jessica.
Whoa. I thought everybody saw that by now.
No, you better give some context right now.
This lady from QVC name is Tony. She was trying to show off this new wig, and she said, "It looks like you just got a blowjob," but she meant blow out, and she crumbled on live air.
All right now.
And now everybody's laughing at it. So I'm just saying it's kind of like this. You gotta show must go on.
I know about it, but the audience don't. All right, let's see. Come on, brother, because you got to be getting this now. It's coming from Fifth General TV at Gmail. My. Okay. All right. Let me email the group, man, because.
What happened?
He said it's still not working.
Who Beyond it?
No, KJ.
Even on his mobile phone, the link.
All right, let me go ahead and give him the StreamYard link the other way. No, well, KJ is here. KJ, what happened?
Jeez, I don't even know, man. I was spamming the refresh button and everything, and then it popped up on my Gmail that you just sent it to. So I don't know. It might be my iCloud. It might be my iCloud, but
All right. You want me to start emailing that email from now on?
yeah, do that one.
Yeah. Let me do that.
That was weird.
Well, I had to email the group because if you didn't get it in Beyond, this is Beyond his topic, and he's not even here. So it made me think that he didn't get it either. When you said you didn't get it, Jess got it because it's a group email, so it shows everybody's email address. So I don't know what happened, but I'll use that as your primary email from now on.
Okay.
And I do it through email address in case people want to log on through their computers. That's the reason why I did that, you know. Um,
I just downloaded the Streamlabs app on my phone. Made it easier.
okay. Oh my God. Okay, let me go ahead
Jessica,
and
KJ, hello.
how you do?
You know, I'm out here chilling. This is live.
Type. I understand
How's the
that.
North?
Huh?
I said, how's the North?
Man, listen. I'm just glad I'm not scorching hot anymore, man.
Mm.
One nice, wonderful breeze. It's not a desert anymore.
Oh, you think you better than us?
Definitely.
Oh, okay. Should have known. I should have known. I'm asking dumb
No, I'll
questions.
just play. No, I'll just play. No. I definitely have my biases though. That's why I moved back.
I get that.
man. All right, let me start the show without the brother, man, because this is how people lose viewers. So here's the thing, right? Today's episode, right? So we're gonna go into the whole male and female privilege thing, right? So when it comes to social privilege, right? You have a lot of opinions, right? In terms of, you know, from a law perspective, family court, kind of like topics that we have talked about on here, you know, maybe ad nauseum, it is what it is, but just things that come up quite often. And, let me get my brother up here, Zacchaeus.
Hey, what's good? What's good, yo? What's good? How's everything, okay? Yeah.
Hey, man, once again, man, shout outs to you and your lovely wife. Once again, happy anniversary, man.
Thank
Happy
you so
anniversary,
much.
sir.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it for sure.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
So we talking about social privilege, man.
Oh,
Yeah, the double standards. Every now and then we talk about this kind of stuff. It'll just pop up, but
right.
obviously it don't necessarily be like the main topic. But and brother, me and you on our podcast have
we
talked about this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
Old episodes. So nothing new to me and you. But yeah, man, what is social privilege and how would you define it? If Jess is ready, we could do ladies first, since she's the only lady up here.
As usual.
Right now, and she may actually be the only lady up here for the episode. I mean, I invited the ladies, but I don't know, maybe I'm too scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, what is social privilege and how would you define it? You go ahead, Jess.
I would say social privilege is a benefit that you get from just being who you are in society. You don't really have to work for it. It's an ease of access to something just based on your particular status in society.
Okay. KJ, what do you think, man? What is social privilege and how would you define it?
Social privilege is an unearned advantage, immunity, or benefit given to people based on the membership in specific social groups. So, how I would classify it is certain benefits to the undeserving based on immutable characteristics, essentially characteristics that they cannot control. Um, certain things such as quote unquote pretty privilege, black privilege, white privilege, male privilege, women privilege, et cetera, et cetera. There's a wide variety of privileges that we can use to classify it and possibly move forward in the conversation and figuring out which one of those privileges are just in its creation and which ones need to be dismantled.
Okay. Zacchaeus, what is social privilege and how would you define it?
Easy. Access to things that certain people can't get, but you can get. Certain rights you can get that certain people cannot get. Certain like privileges that let's say, for example, um, you're able to get a scholarship, but that person is not able to get a scholarship because they don't have the qualifications to get that scholarship, or they don't have the certain disabilities to get that. But you can get that scholarship because you have a certain look or a certain situation that you're in. That's it. You're able to get that scholarship before that person. That person won't be able to see it, but you're able to get it. That person not able to get it. That's how I define it. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's kind of like my answer. Even by law, let's say you have those same rights, but if yours is being violated more than everyone else's, that's privilege too. How me and you got the same law, right? It's afforded to you, it's afforded to me. But mine's get violated more than yours. We have to explain that. Right? So we know there's a whole bunch of history behind that. You know what I mean? On many sides, you know, in many different parts of the world, not just here in America.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, from a society standpoint, in terms of like, you know, don't hit a girl. I mean, you don't want to hit a girl, but you know, you've heard that growing up. Don't hit girls.
That's right. We was raised that way.
Little girl come up on you and slap fire out of you.
You want to know the funniest part about
But
that?
they tell the boy, don't hit her back. That's a girl, you know.
That's right.
You want to know the funniest part about that?
Yeah.
I think part of the inspiration for Beyond This Prompt might be from when I was live. I want to say probably like a week or two ago, and the prompt was, should a man hit a woman back? And I think we should probably start with that one. I don't know.
When he gets here, because if that is something that he wants to speak to, I'll allow him to do that. But as far as the other questions are, I mean, we can do that. I mean, I kind of did just kind of go there just a second ago about when you're a little kid. So KJ, I know you heard this as a little kid. You know, your little boys and girls playing around the park. You know, don't hit her back. That's a girl. I know you heard that, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You hear that more aimed towards the boy than them telling the girl don't hit the boy.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
This is the thing, because I didn't understand in the beginning. I just listened to my mom as a kid for the most part.
Yeah.
But as I got older, that's when things started to change.
Yeah.
So my mom isn't okay with me hitting women, but she understands if it's ever a situation where I have to.
Like in terms of self-defense.
And yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. So I'm not a violent person. I don't initiate it. I definitely over the past couple of months I had to let people know, hey, I'm not a punk. You know, please leave me alone, or else I'm gonna have to put hands on you. Type B. But inherently, I'm not a violent person. I stay out the way every single time. Especially, I'm very introverted in real life. So if it ever was a circumstance where a woman was assaulting me, I say this on my live and I'll say it again, I'm a 3 strikes rule type of person. You hit me once, I'm gonna let you know, don't hit me again. Second time, it's a warning. Third time, I'm gonna treat you like the ninja that you pretending to be. And then it's really gonna get active. Stop laughing, Fifth. Because I'm serious. It's like, dude, there's a lot of women that know that most men are grown up under the lesson that you ought not put your hands on a woman. But as men get older and we see how masculine women have gotten over time, where they think that they can go toe to toe with a man and think that they will go away unscathed, the realistic part is that the reason why most men don't hit them back is because they know that if they were to hit them back, even if it was just a fraction of their power, they would still do some very serious damage. And they would be in trouble with the law and with society.
Big time. Yeah. Big time.
When I was a young kid, I'm gonna be transparent, y'all. Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
I don't usually tell personal stories, but when I was in junior high school, middle school age, right? A friend decided that it was very funny to play a practical joke on me,
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
and pushed me into a female friend of ours.
Oh no.
At the time, I'll say friend loosely because she wasn't a friend, but she was well acquainted with her. You know what I mean? I thought there was peace. Pushed me into her. Obviously, she didn't know that I was being pushed into her, so she assumed I was attacking her. She snapped, as someone would in a situation where they don't know if it's violence or not. As she snapped, I'm explaining what's happening. That forced me to snap.
Uh-oh.
And in that moment, it took 8 men, well, young boys at the time, to get me off of her.
Wow.
Man, you
So-
gave her the business. Golly.
Bruh, had her in the air, feet dangling.
Wow.
Oh, wait, I should endorse that.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Sorry. But I did not want to hurt her, even with me at the time being, how old was I? I was like 13.
13. Yeah.
Yeah, 13 years old. And you know, it took some young brothers that were larger than me in my friend group, because it happened in front of the homies.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
good thing it happened in front of them, because they were always like, yo, chill, that's a female. Chill, you know.
Right.
You know what happened after that? A month later,
Mm-hmm.
she was my girlfriend.
How'd I know
You
that?
lying. You lying, bro. You for real? That is funny.
Funny how things turn out.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that, kids, is how I met your mother.
Yo, no, it was forgiveness. It was, hey, so and so explained to me that it was all his fault, and I'm sorry. And then I said, well, I'm sorry too. You know, and then
She said, "Let me show you how sorry I really am."
That's right.
and you know what was funny? Everybody at the time, we were all kids. They were like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does this happen?
Yeah.
You know, they nicknamed us Ike and Tina. That was terrible.
Oh,
That's
no.
crazy.
That's a terrible joke.
Not
That's
Ike and Tina.
Oh,
that's
no.
that's a
My humor is too dark. I literally almost laughed.
yo.
I'm sorry.
That's a terrible joke. But that's what they called us, because they was like, how y'all two almost get into a physical scuffle. Y'all had hands on each other and everything. Cause she put her hands around my neck.
Wow.
And I had a chain on back in the day, right?
Yeah.
She had her hands around my neck trying to choke me. And I grabbed her hands. It was like Thanos fighting the Hulk.
Wow.
Moved them, had her up against like this.
Oh, no.
And that's why they was like, yo. So, but no punches got thrown. No punches got thrown.
That's good. Yeah.
You know, and she apologized. And that's the thing. We knew of each other. So that also helped. You know? So we weren't like total strangers, but it was like one of those spur of the moment things that happened. So even then, I didn't want to hit a girl.
Of course not.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to hurt nobody, you know? But we've heard that all the time. But in terms of self-defense, as I got older, yeah, that changed. And that was, if a girl's putting hands on you, you know, you don't necessarily gotta mollywop her, but you definitely need to restrain and subdue her by any means necessary. So if that means you gotta literally sit on top of this woman and just use your body weight to overpower her so that she don't swing on you no more, that's also advice I got. But don't just be hitting her with Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali body shots and
don't do that.
And actual left hooks, windmills. Don't hit her with sweet chin music and Marty Jannetty kicks and roundhouse kicks. Van Damme, Jackie Chan, Jet Li style. They said, "Don't do all of that, brother. Now you're doing too much, brother. We can't help you out when the cops come. You know what I'm saying?" So, you know, but we've always heard that, and we've seen it in pop culture. We've seen it in movies. For those who remember Friday, classic.
Oh yeah, Friday. Yeah.
When Debo rolled up on Nia Long's character, and she said, "You done hit. You gave my sister a black eye. You lucky I ain't one of these ends, cause I knocked you right out." And what Debo do? Hit her right in the jaw.
Yeah.
And then what did Quick say? Hey, yo, Devo, man, that's a female.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they started fighting.
Q defended her.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Now, I'm not mad at the defense, but the point that I'm making is that men, we love women so much, the ones that do, that we're willing to defend her, even when the advice should have been, I don't think you should have rolled up on that man like that. I don't think you should have did that. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of us, most of us are going to say, if a man is in a woman's face or strikes a woman, they're going to say, hey, yo, that's a female. Now, let me tell you something. I've seen many situations where a man and a woman have gone at it this physically, and another man will jump in. Like a man will jump in.
Yes.
I've seen it. I've seen men jump in. You know, in my time coming up. You know what I mean? Now that I'm a little older, maybe this generation now is a little different. But when I was the teenager, I saw men jumping all the time. Yeah.
Those are the days. Yeah.
And also to the point where
that's probably one of my biggest pet peeves. A man
Which
will
one?
clearly see that another man is being assaulted by a woman, but the second that he swings at her, now all of a sudden all the men want to jump in and play defense.
all hell breaks loose. Now I've seen that too, KJ.
I hate everything about that.
Listen, brother. I've seen that too. But let me tell you something I've seen that surprised me. I've seen women, but I think because they knew the man, I saw women jump in and handle a woman when she got too crazy with a man. I've seen that one time in my life, but I think the woman knew that guy.
I ain't never experienced that.
Yo, I've seen a woman, but she probably knew the guy, and that may have been why. You know what I'm saying? Like that may have been like family. I don't know what it was, but I've seen a girl jump in, fight the woman, and the woman was, putting handwork on the guy. I mean, that's rare, but I've seen that one time. As far as the woman jumping in to get at the woman, that's one time. Now tell me how many times I've seen a woman strike a man and nobody do nothing.
Oh, many times.
I'm running out of fingers. I only got 10.
Yeah. Many times.
You know what I'm saying?
I've seen it before. Yeah.
I've seen a woman spit in a man's face.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah.
I mean,
or slap him in the head while he's in front of people.
Oh, I've seen that all the time. Now, this is why everybody went crazy when Zacchaeus Ray from my New Yorkers, because we all from there. Remember that video that went viral, and it even made it to The View, where the girl was bullying, because we're gonna say what it is. She was bullying this guy with special needs, right? And he had on an 8-ball jacket.
Okay.
And she hit him in the head with her shoes.
On the train?
Yup, on the train. And
I remember that.
And they were in the middle of the train. He smacked her so hard, she went to the back of the train.
Bro.
Right? And a guy came out of nowhere, 5'0", fighting the tall guy in the 8-ball jacket.
Yeah.
And they was getting the furniture moving.
Mm-hmm.
And what did Oprah say? Because the ladies was up there saying, yeah, I know she hit
Oprah.
him.
You
But
mean
she,
Whoopi?
I'm sorry, Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi, sorry. Wrong lady. My mistake.
Wrong celebrity black woman, man.
So I'm sorry, wrong castmate of Color Purple. My bad. But
That's
see what
crazy.
happened. See what happened was Whoopi Goldberg said, I don't care what you do. She said, don't be slapping no man. She said, this is why I keep my hands to myself. Because I ain't trying to get slapped like that. She said, there's no defense for a woman hitting a man in the head with high heel shoes and expecting not to get smacked back. And Whoopi said, you better be lucky that's all he did. And they got on Whoopi so bad. And then Whoopi said, if you got a problem with what I'm saying, turn the channel. Whoopi stood 10 toes down.
I'll do you one better. First of all, I'm gonna do it again. When what year was that did that video that went viral? What was it, like 2014, 2015, something like that?
Dang, was it Zacchaeus? Was it that long ago?
Yeah, it was like maybe 10 years, I believe.
It's a little more than 10.
I was definitely in middle school, about 13 or 14. I remember seeing it on World Star.
It might have been. It might have been.
It's been a while.
Definitely years before. Definitely years before 2020. Yeah, it's between 2010 and 2020.
Yeah, before 2020. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, this is some time ago. Dang, it goes to show you how long Whoopi Goldberg been on The View. Sheesh.
She been, yes.
I'll do you one better, Fifth. What about the bus driver that hit that lady with the meanest uppercut you never seen?
You going to jail now.
You going to jail now. You going to jail now.
You look like somebody sliced your face up.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, because she now in that incident, she swung on the bus driver. She punched him in his face while he was driving. That's crazy work.
What? That she got that angry?
Yeah, and he parked the bus, gave her an all-you-can uppercut, Ryu Ken style, and when he did it, he tried to throw her off the bus so he could shut the door and go on about his day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's bad.
That was horrible. Yeah.
Anyway, let me get back. Let me get back to this question. What's a double standard that benefits women but would be criticized if men did it? Who wants to go first?
I got
on
one.
That? Go ahead, KJ.
Oh, shucks. That's a good one.
Man paying for the first date.
Okay, so the double standard is double standard that benefits women, but would be criticized if a man did it. So the man would be criticized if he let the woman pay. Would that be the double standard?
Yes.
Let's let a woman respond, Jessica. What do you think?
Pay for the date.
No, I don't. While I don't always think that's the case, because there's women who've paid for themselves before when it's something casual. I can see that more women hold that as a standard for what men should do. Yeah. And for some reason though, I don't see that as a social privilege, right? Like I don't see that double standard also being a social privilege. Because if anything, somebody paying for the first date to me is just a modernization of the dowry, when families would go and see if this man had the finances to provide for this woman. And so I think that whole paying for the first date thing is just a modernization in a more myopic way of that. Like, do you have the finances to provide for me? And that's why I think a lot of women take it so personally when men don't do that, because that's the subconscious value they're putting on it. Not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying the subconscious value they put on it.
That's a whole lot of word salad for it being a double standard. I ain't gonna lie.
But he said it was a double standard. I said I don't think it's a social privilege, which is what the live is about, right?
Social
Well,
standard.
it's about
Wait.
the double standards of the like. We're aware of. Well, once we establish what the social privilege is for men and women, then we could discuss the double standard. So I brought up don't hit a girl back even if she violates you, right? So that's a double standard because first of all, the girl shouldn't be hitting the man. That's number one. But if the like KJ said, as soon as the man swings back, first of all, KJ, the man don't even have to actually connect. As soon as that arm go back like this,
That's
That's
it.
when people
he's
jump.
gonna
it.
have an army of
That's
10 men
Oh yeah.
run to the rescue.
Oh,
They
yeah.
ready.
Run to
They
the
ready
rescue.
to go.
Rescue.
They
Yes.
ready to go.
Right,
They
right.
wasn't holding Shotty back, but they ready to jump on him.
Right,
Ready to jump
but
on him. Yeah,
but
yeah.
once a woman hits you with a 10-piece combo, and you have one Killer Instinct, the video game combo breaker, it is over. You know what I'm saying? For those who remember that video game, it's over. So that would be the double standard. And my thing is, I'm not saying that it's okay. But what I'm saying is that is something that has been largely taught. We understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, I don't have a problem with this double standard, right? I'm gonna say this, KJ. If Miss Mabins got a cart full of groceries and she said, "Hey, sugar, can you help me?" I'm gonna go ahead and help her. I don't have a problem with that.
Right.
Of course,
You have a man, though.
Of course, I'm helping Mrs.
Exactly.
man,
Miss Mabins got a cart full of groceries. A cart.
Every time Grandma called me, I used to
But
stay
you
with
would
Grandma.
help a man. You would
Every
help a
time. Is
man,
that
though.
beyond?
But men don't
But
usually.
hardly.
Well, old
Actually,
men
no,
don't
that's
usually.
not true.
Well, old men don't usually ask for help. But let's just say, Mr. Fillmore said, "Hey, young blood, can you help me with these groceries to my car?" I would help him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Thank you, young blood.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I
what we say,
The
so what we
difference
say that's a
the
social
difference
privilege
is
then.
that the difference is that and this is the part where it becomes a social privilege.
Mm-hmm.
It is assumed that when you see a woman with a lot of groceries, young, mid, old, that a man is going to jump
To
up
help her.
and help her help her with her groceries.
Yes.
A
Yes.
man is assumed to have got it. Now this is
Yes.
just me. I stayed with my grandmother after I moved out of my mom's. Every time she would get groceries, I would be on the game, chilling in the crib, and she'll call me. She'll be like, "Baby, can you help me bring these groceries in the house?" And I'll be like, "Sure, grandma, here I come." Put the
Mm-hmm.
controller down, help her put the groceries up, everything, right?
Yes.
And I was
Yeah.
staying in Texas with my uncle over the past couple of years. My uncle would call me and be like, "Hey, I got some groceries. I need you to help me bring them up." Right? I'll be like, "All right, bet." I would help him out too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about asking, it's about the assumption. People generally operate with the assumption that a woman is going to need help with a laundry full of groceries.
I know. My thing is, you're assuming the thing that inspires people to act on that woman's behalf is because we're assuming she's weak. We're assuming she can't do it. I don't think that's good things to assume about people, because
Disagree.
the same way I would assume that anybody who is old would need help. She doesn't need to be a woman. I would think that's a social privilege for your age. I don't think that whole carrying the back thing with old Miss Bethune,
Miss Mabins, Miss Mabins.
Mabel, right, is because she's a woman. I would
But
think
my
your
but
mind is
my
jumping
my
to because
un-
she's old.
my uncle is in his mid 50s, and
Yeah.
he's a Air Force veteran. He's fully capable of bringing the groceries up himself. I'm not there anymore, so I'm almost positive that he brings the groceries up there by himself. And if he
Oh
really
yeah.
needs
Yeah.
help, then he'll call somebody. But 9 times out of 10, he gonna knock it out himself, like he been doing for the majority of his life,
Oh
right?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
that's not
not
the
men.
situation we're
Men are
talking about.
men. I'm making an analogy, or I'm giving an example.
Mhm.
The It's not because women are weak. It's because it's not even the belief that women are weak. It's because we don't how we operated back in the day was we don't want women to do something that would be deemed as the quote unquote masculine job. That means doing the heavy lifting. Part of the heavy lifting is getting that big bag of milk out of the back seat and bringing it in the house, because whether you like it or not, a gallon of milk is heavy. We can still pick it up. We can still carry it, no problem. That don't mean it ain't heavy. Average women don't want to do that. They have to now because because there aren't really a lot of men that are willing to do that anymore. That's because we probably broke that social privilege. But to say that the social privilege existed, or to say that it doesn't, to say that it isn't a social privilege, and that that standard existed because of the belief that women were weak, no. Mind you, these are the matriarchs of our family. It's not that we think that they're weak. It's because they don't deserve to care to do the heavy lifting. And whole time they are the reason why the family is the way that it is.
But KJ, we have said this time. I'm not saying that there is a actual thought that comes into somebody's head in a conscious way that, oh, she's weak, so I need to help her. I'm saying that is ingrained into the programming we have. And the reason why I can say this so boldly is because we were talking about on a previous live about how women living on this island by themselves. And I think Fifth was talking about, the first men that came in, they would like rip his clothes off. They'd be like, fiending for this man. And we were talking about the idea that if no man existed, then the world would just stop, right? And women will often say, well, no, we would just do what y'all do. And men are like, y'all can't pick up no refrigerator. Y'all not the ones who are in these
Well,
movers
can
jobs.
you?
Y'all,
Can you?
yes. It would just be more women doing it. Yes.
You can pick up a refrigerator.
It
It
would be
take
more
it take
women doing
it
it.
takes it takes about 4 to 5 women to pick up a refrigerator by themselves. It only takes two for
KJ,
men.
listen to what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. What you're
Am
talking
I
about
wrong?
is why I'm saying the social privilege
Am,
of her
am I
being
wrong? Am I wrong though?
KJ, you're moving the goalposts because we're not talking about the number of people, right?
You brought it up.
The fact that you would even bring up
You literally
the
brought it up.
fact
What?
that I brought up a previous conversation to show that you have a bias that women are weak. That's what I'm saying.
And I already dismantled that. I said that
No,
it's
you
not a
no,
bias. I
it
said it's not a
is.
bias that
No,
women
but
are
it is
weak.
though.
It's the
KJ,
perception that these are the matriarchs of our family.
KJ, that's
Therefore,
not
they
what people
don't
think.
deserve to do the heavy lifting. That's
KJ,
literally what I said.
that's not what I know. That's what you said. I know that's what you said. But then you cannot speak for all men and say, well, men just want
Okay,
to help
ask the men in
grandma.
the chat.
Men
Men,
just want to help grandma
ask the men in
because
the chat. Ask the men in the
KJ.
chat.
Yeah,
Ask the men
yeah.
in the chat if I'm
What's
lying.
up?
Okay, men in the
Ask
again,
Zacchaeus.
this
Ask
is
Ray.
not a
Ask Fifth.
conscious thought. So there's no reason for me to ask you because it's not a conscious
No,
thought.
no, 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 Jess. I'm not gonna let you do that.
Let me
You
do
know,
what?
you literally said that I don't speak for all men.
Yeah.
Mind you, I'm not speaking as an arbiter of all men, but I can intellectualize why men moved the way that they did during that patriarchal time, which is why I asked
Mhm.
Zacchaeus, Ray, Fifth, did I tell a single lie?
They
No.
cannot answer for why it originated thousands of years ago. So you're not asking them to talk about how the men 10,000 years ago thought. You're asking them to ask themselves, how would I interact
And
with
you
women?
got the nerve to tell me I'm moving the goalposts. You ain't
You
said nothing about
are.
no 10,000 years
You
ago
are.
until
You
just
just
now.
said the patriarchy. So when did the patriarchy begin? It did not start
Patriarch,
5 years ago.
pa-
Well, that's that.
patriarch.
Now that is moving the goalposts.
See what I mean?
Who?
Because now you want to, now we're going all the way back to when did the patriarchy begin, when really we should just stay on the point of help and delegation and how much women it would take to do versus how much men it would take to do said job. So if it takes two guys to lift this couch, how many women will it take to lift that couch that the two guys lift?
That's
That's
not
the
the
point that
point,
he's speaking
Fred.
to.
But I brought
that
this up.
Jess, you brought up my point from an episode that I had
know.
weeks ago. So don't you think I'm inclined to and best suited to actually respond to you?
But you're moving the goalposts because that's not my point.
Wait a minute. I'm moving the goalposts on something that you quoted that I said on my
Exactly.
point.
Because we're not
Am I
talking about the
moving the
thing anymore.
goalposts?
We're talking about the example I brought up.
Lord, gee. Man, let
Because
me-
then we're gonna start talking about how many women it takes to do X, Y, and Z. But that's not the
wait,
point.
hold on,
Cut it
just
out,
hold on
bro.
1 second, hold
Cut it
on.
out, bro.
KJ,
Hey,
do you
Beyonce,
see,
what's
do
good,
you see
man?
what just happened? Hey, how am I moving the goalposts on something that she quoted me on that I would be better suited to answer on, but I'm
Ryan,
moving the
bro.
Because there was no
goalposts?
question pending. So there's nothing for you to respond to about the example I've already brought up.
Okay.
So for there to be a
Hey, Ray, what
response
you think,
about
man?
the example
I'm
I
sweet.
used, I'm
Well, let me-
showing that
yeah.
the fact that you brought that up, the fact that
Mhm.
anybody would bring up, well, it takes 5 times more women to do this thing that 2 men can do, is because in your brain, you're like women are weaker. That was my whole point.
No, because
You see
just
women as weaker.
you admitted you admitted that it would take more than you would, because it was, now I remember, it was the moving company analogy.
Mhm.
And I said that if we bring a truck with 2 guys, they can get that job done faster and more efficient than a truck with 2 women. When women call movers, I've seen this with my own eyes. I've seen a woman call movers, and a woman showed up and they said, "Where's the men?" They were parking the car, the truck.
Yeah.
So even she wanted the man.
Okay.
First of all, Jess, that's a mic drop. Because
How is that a
even
mic
women,
drop?
no. Because even women want men to do that work.
Yes, they do. They do.
That
They
wasn't
always
the
ask.
argument.
Because Jess, I don't know
They
how many
always
movies
ask.
you paid. I'm someone who has moved a
They
lot.
always ask.
I have relocated a
You live
lot,
for me?
whether it be
Hey, you
locally
live that for me?
or across statewide.
You reach that
And let
for
me
me?
tell you something. You have to pay per hour. So because you have to pay per hour, you want an efficient job done.
That wasn't the argument. So what are we talking about?
Hey,
All right.
Fifth, you want to know?
Beyond
You
the
want to know? You want to know what my favorite girlfriend saying is?
what?
I'm just a girl.
Yeah.
That's how
Let
you
me
know.
So does anybody remember my point? Or are we just gonna talk about everybody else's side points?
Oh no, your point was my point. Hey,
What
Beyond
was my
the
What was my point?
your point was bringing up my point from an old show.
No, what was my point? Why I brought that up as an example? Because I just want to see how people don't actively listen. What was my
Okay.
actual point?
Well, your point, your conversation was with KJ. You said that it's the assumption that not so much that you need more women to do the job, it's the assumption that women are weaker. And I spoke to a response that you had to me on the old show that you just quoted on my point. And even you admitted that it would take more women to do that said job of 2 men. You admitted that. Are you calling those women weak?
No.
All right, Beyond the Lord Jesus, Beyond the, how you doing, brother? This is your topic.
Yeah, this is fun. Sorry I was late.
This is your topic. This is your moment. Now that you are here, I could just be a referee. I'm sure Jess would be very happy. She don't have to hear my voice for a while, debate. I'll just ask questions. Okay? Because it's already too many men here. All right? So all I'll do is ask the questions. I will be a nice referee. Is that okay, Jess? I'm going to be a good referee because Jess got on me privately about not being too hard on her sometimes, but I don't think I am. I just have fun with her, but I'm not hard on her. Right? But Beyond the topic, your topic, do you have any? I have questions here myself, but do you have any questions for the panel? You go, and let's get Ray and Zacchaeus in the conversation first. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, so my initial question, it was the question that I had. I was driving down the road talking to a Spicy Ranch and my cousin, and I was just thinking like, are we living in a time where female privilege has overridden male privilege? So that's why I asked you to do this topic. I was like, I don't know. It's a thing that like I've pondered on for a while. Just me looking at the world and like just my own personal experience. It's really just a genuine question. I don't know if I'm not saying one or the other is true. I'm just asking like, do we think that female privilege of now in 2026 has overridden male privilege? I want to know y'all's input.
Well, hey, Ray, you want to go first?
Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm not challenging you, Beyonda. I'm just saying I don't know if overriding is the appropriate word. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I know that the female privilege can't be ignored, especially with a lot of the things that females have gotten away with, especially when it comes to courts and babies. I mean, that can't be ignored or denied. I mean, let's face facts here. This has been discussed on whether it be on this show or other shows Fifth has done or other podcasts that if a man didn't want a child that he helped create, but the woman wanted that child, that child will stay. So that's an example of the female privilege that does exist. So I don't know if it's to say it overrides the man's privilege. I would say it's more out there, it's more emphasized, it's more exercised. But I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know if overriding is the right word. That's all I'll say. I don't know, but I know that it's definitely in full effect.
That's been a talk for the longest time about women getting the rights to the child compared to in court. That's been a big topic that's when you, especially when you have kids and you're going through a situation where you're separated from the woman, or you're no longer with her, no longer with the woman any longer. So now all of a sudden now she automatically gets the rights to the kids, although she's not fit, but she still gets dibs and rights to the children, even if she has boyfriends running in and out, even if her environment is not that great, it's a little toxic. So automatically she gets, because she's a lady, she has the privilege of having the kids in her possession. That's been a topic that's been a hot topic for the longest time. You know?
And to I'm sorry, finish your thought. You done, Zacchaeus?
I'm done. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, and to piggyback on your point, something just came to my head regarding that. And the thing is, when it comes to the whole child support or who has custody of the kids, it's not to say that men don't have custody. It's just that just as Black people, we were told that we have to be 10 times better than our Caucasian counterparts from a men and women standpoint. As far as custody, it's automatically given to the women. So we as men have to be 10 toes down and prove ourselves 10 times just to show that we are fit to have custody that the woman is automatically given by the courts. So I'm just saying that goes to the point as far as, the emphasis on female privilege.
Yeah, once you have kids, once you have kids, you'll understand it more. Because there's men that have kids that don't have, they're well fit to have their kids, but they're well fit to take care of their kids and have custody of their kids, but the courts are unforgiving when it comes to that, very unforgiving. And I've heard men talk about that, discuss that, cried about, decent men, not talking about deadbeat guys. I'm talking about guys that are stand-up guys. Talk about that, they cry over that the woman won't allow them to see their kids and all kind of things. It's heartbreaking when you even look into their situation. It's really hard. So much stories and so much cases on that matter. So much.
But Zacchaeus, y'all, I think that's the point though, is that people trying to
You
see
understand better when you have kids, you know. And a
well,
man
I don't think you don't have kids though to understand that there is no implicit bias. That what we see happening in the court is this: who has the best interest of the child, or who's going to maintain the child's standard of living. And the only reason why more often women get the primary caretaker position is not only because she's the one filing for it first, so the man has to come in and disprove everything she's already told the court, so that's already an uphill battle. But two, we also see that socially women are seen as the primary caretakers. So even if both of the parents were great people on paper, they're going to see who was the one who has maintained this child's standard of living, and usually it's the woman. So I think that we have to put those factors into account when we try to say the court is just so implicitly biased against women, when we know in our own cultural lives, we think the children should be with women. We see caregiving as a feminine role.
Can you speak to fair points you made? Can you speak to the examples where the mother isn't suited and they still give the kids to the mom?
What examples are there?
There was a case a while ago in Connecticut, where I'm from, and everyone knew who she was, and everyone knew who the dad was, and the dad was better suited. He has a checkered past, for one. He's been in and out of jail, but he turned his life around. But the mom was like, living a lifestyle that really wasn't conducive to her kid's life. But because of his past, they gave the rights.
They would do that.
To
they
the
would
mom.
do that. Yep.
What was her lifestyle like?
She was like, well, for one, she was cheating on him, and then also she was like getting into like drugs as well.
Could they prove that, or is this what the father was saying about her?
That's what the dad was saying about her.
Because did he prove that in court, or was this his suspicion?
I don't know. I didn't look into the whole case. I just remember that case.
I think we have to, because what is able to be proven, no court would allow for children to be with a smug addict, a drug addict. There's no special privilege a woman gets to be a smug addict with children. So if he was better suited for the children, no judge would just keep the children with the mom. And so often what I see is that the woman is filing first. She's putting the man on child support. So now the court is looking for him. He doesn't live with the children most of the time. So she's able to start this narrative that he's not there. I'm the one who's washing them. I'm the one who's doing homework. So she's able to paint a picture that he's an in and out father. So now he has to go and try to disprove this image that she has already.
Which is an ongoing battle.
But that's my thing. That's not the court's fault that you don't live in the house with your children. That's not the court's fault that you're not helping with homework. That's not the court's fault that she's the one going to the doctor visits more. But often people have this nonchalant view of caretaking when it's on the man's side, and the mom just does it more. So when she goes to a court and she's like, hey, I know I've been doing some crazy stuff, but I'm the one who makes sure they eat. Who are they going to pick? The guy who's sometimes there, the weekend dad, or the one who's there the most?
Well, of course, you can pick the woman because she's proven herself. She's
not the woman, Zacchaeus, the one who's there the most,
yeah,
which just happens to be women.
Yeah, and in most cases, in some cases, yes, but men that have kids could testify to that and say that that's not always the case at times. That's not always the case at times, because there's men that still fight till this day for custody over their kids, till this day, and they can't see their kids because so much situations been going on, and they sometimes the woman, she has more privileges and rights over the man, regardless of what. Well, that's how it is.
But what do you mean that she has more privileges or rights?
It's called more privilege, more rights over, and that's what it is. More. That's how it is.
But it's not though, because
yes, it is.
Every time I hear a man, But
I know a guy that's right now that's fighting for custody for kids.
I'm not saying men don't fight for custody and that he's in an uphill
He's a
battle.
stand-up guy.
What? But
many guys that's
in
going
your
through that
opinion,
right
though, Zacchaeus, do you know how it is to be in a relationship with him? Do you know how much time he invests in his children and how many times he goes to visits doctors?
Well, you have to understand from my perspective that if I know the guy for a long time and I've been around him for a while. The guy is a very he has integrity, big time integrity, and the woman's just she's in and out, bringing guys to the house. That's not even right. Don't tell her what those kids are being exposed to. When you bring different strangers to different guys to the house, you don't know that's not right for kids to see that. It's not right for kids
that's not my point, right? My point is if this woman was so bad, if she was in and out, if she had a flighty nature, why were the kids left with her to begin with? So what I'm saying is men will often paint this picture that my baby mama won't let me see these kids. She's using these kids as pawns. I don't ever get no time with them. She crazy. She be calling the police on me. And she put all these things in. Why were the kids with her the first breakup? Why, when you left the house, because she's crazy, she's doing all these crazy things, why did you not take your children with you if she's so crazy? And all I'm saying is
kidnapping according to the law.
How's that kidnapping?
That's child kidnapping according to the law. You can't just take your kids just because you can't in the vast majority of states, even if you just break up, you can't just take your kids without the knowledge of the other parent.
KJ, what are you talking about? He's the legal father. What are you talking about? If he's not the legal father and he's not on the birth certificate, then sure, I'm sure people have put out Amber Alerts, right? Because he can't make a claim to these children.
No, even with legal fathers in certain states, and I'll have to look it up just to double check. But even if he is the legal father, and this also pertains to the mother as well, you can't just up and take your kids just because you want to without the other parent's knowledge. There has to be communication and mutual communication between both the mother and the father.
Yeah.
Right? That's something that's generally applied across the board. So you saying that just because after one single you saying generally after just one minor inconvenience that would be a breakup, right, or a disagreement, and he just takes the kids with him, right? She can call the police and say that this man took my kids, and
Absolutely.
that's the first thing. And the first thing that they're going to assume is that it's not the father. They're automatically going to assume that there was just some random man that kidnapped the kids, and they're going to send out. They're going to stop. They're going to send out Amber Alerts. They're going to send out They're going to send out police. They're going to send out. They're going to send out search and seizures when it comes to the kids because they take that very seriously in all 50 states. So no, please do not paint this picture that a man can just take his kids after a breakup. That's bull.
Let me tell you, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Somebody calls the cops, say such and such took my kids. The cops are going to show up. Well, who's the legal? Yeah, oh yeah, that's their father. Who has custody ordered from the court? If nobody has physical custody ordered from the court, the police are going to say, that's his father, and he can have the kids. He can get the kids. It's not. This is down in Louisiana, and I've seen that happen too. Just because she's hollering, "Oh, he took my kids," If he is the legal father, he can take those kids. And if there is no judgment by the court as to who has custody, you got to go file. You got to go file. You got to go file for custody. But if there is custody filed, if there is a custody judgment, yes, whoever has say or whatever domiciliary, it's called domiciliary status. Yes, they can, but it's all going to go back to a civil matter.
And Meerkat, here's my thing. Because people just assume, well, the courts are going to be biased against men, they don't even know the law. They don't even know how they have authority as fathers in the law. So they don't take the kids. Or they're like, okay, cool. Well, she's going to be the primary parent regardless. I'm just going to leave. You're leaving the home where the children live. She can then go to court and say, well, he abandoned the home. He doesn't live there anymore.
They both can, yeah. That's
so
right.
I'm saying you are doing yourself a disservice if you're such an active father by leaving your children with this crazy woman. And that's all I'm saying is that men try to paint this picture that he was just stripped of all his rights when really he gave them away.
It's an intimidation. It's like a mental intimidation when you get court involved. If you can work things out outside of court, do that. But if you
Do that.
cannot,
That's better.
that's what the court
Yeah.
is for.
Mhm.
And you have to document everything, but a lot of people don't realize that. You know, you have to. I know a case going on right now. The dad was abusive. The mom don't want to file charges on him. She wants to be nice because he's got kids from a previous marriage, and he is so meticulous. He is documenting everything for this girl. She got away from him because she didn't feel safe with him, and he thinks he's just going to automatically get full custody, but he's not allowed her to work. She's staying with family right now, and she's really afraid that the court is, because he's told her that. He's 11 years older than her. He's been married before. He's been down this court road before, and his ex-wife is like, they go toe to toe, but she knows how he is. And it's just a really sad situation. And he's like keeping the oldest child basically at his house. And I mean, it's just a sad situation. But I know in child support court, when I was in there for 10 years, it was more females paying child support, ordered to pay child support. Some of them, the kids were with the grandparents, but there is more women. It is adjusted. More women are, well, and this, what I've seen, have walked away like the men used to walk away.
Mic check.
You know, so society
We
is
can hear you.
changing.
All right.
Women, you know, their attitudes have changed, and they know the kids are going to be taken care of, and they go do their thing. You know, it's
Right,
just
but
Yeah.
sad.
Really quick,
usually in a. Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to provide a couple of examples because I was looking it up while we were talking about examples of when the father tried to warn the court about the mom, and the court just didn't listen. There was
Right.
a case in Maryland, 2015. Jair Lee, the father tried to warn the court about the mom's mental struggles. Tried to file. She was suffering from severe unmanaged mental health issues, later identified as schizophrenia. Well, one day she took her son to the park and she had an episode, and she pretty much pushed her 3-year-old son into a swing for over 43 hours. And the child died of hypothermia and dehydration while trapped in the
Oh,
swing.
God.
That's just
See?
one example of the dad did the right thing and tried to warn the court and prove to the court that
And they ignored
mom
him.
was,
They
and they ignored the
yeah,
And
father.
now
see?
the child is 6 feet under because of court
See?
Yeah.
negligence.
And
See?
then there's a Zachary Turner case where the
See?
mom unalived the ex-boyfriend, and the family tried to warn the court about her
They got
issues,
yep.
didn't listen, and then
See?
she strapped herself. She jumped into the Atlantic Ocean with her child in her belly. So it was a murder. It was a murder / self unaliving. And then you have Brian Graham case in Maryland as well in 2024, just 2 years ago. I mean, there's like a whole list
There's a whole
of cases
list
that I just found just on the
yeah,
internet
men
of
trying to do the right thing, warn.
when the
Yeah.
dad is going to the
See?
court and trying to provide evidence
See?
for the mom's what's the word, lack of parenting skills, I guess you can say. I don't have the
See?
proper word for it. And then the court is like, yeah, I mean, we hear you, but we're gonna issue joint custody. There's joint custody, and then well, the mom's not fit for taking care of the child. So I understand your point, Jess, about how the mom is primarily the caretaker, and I would agree in most cases, right? But what about the examples when the guy is trying to prove that he's more suited, and then these things happen? I mean, these are not just, light examples, that we can
These are
take. Like
true
these
cases. Yeah,
children
man.
that I just talked about,
Yeah.
they're all gone because the
These are
mom
true
wasn't suited
cases.
for taking care of the kids,
So
and
yeah,
the
man.
We
court
don't
just
know all
ignored
the
the dad.
details. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, no. Don't need to know all the details. It's just
The
that
details.
they get the rights. The
No,
women get the
we
rights
don't know all the
automatically.
details.
No, but you don't need to know all the details. The men,
We
the women
do
Now
get
we
the
though,
don't
rights
know
because
all the
every
automatically.
details.
She
You
gets
see
the
the
rights
irony in that?
automatically.
Now we
That's
don't know
just
all
the
the
law.
details.
it's not the laws that key is. You're assuming the law set again. We're assuming a lot about what happened in that court case. And like I said, oftentimes if the woman filed first, the man has to disprove what she said. We don't know anything about what I'm looking at. We don't know anything about who started this court case first, how long they've been in court. Again, I think there's layers to it to prove or to find out why the judge would say that thing. Again, very unfortunate situation when a father, it's clear that he said that he went to go get sole custody and he was denied.
Well,
I'm not saying that.
You
What
want
I'm
to do
saying
some
is we're
research on it,
assuming.
yes, if you can find out yourself, you know. You can do some
I'm
research
literally
on it.
looking it up, Zacchaeus, and I don't see it. That's why I'm saying we need more details. So if anybody else knows how long they've been in court, if anybody else knows if when they broke up, if he was living in the house, then I think we can then have a better picture of if the court was being biased. But I just don't think that
We're talking
we
about
can.
the same case, right?
KJ, be quiet. Okay. Yes, we're talking
I'm
about
at,
the
I'm at,
Cases,
okay. No,
sometimes,
no,
yes.
no, no. It's no be
but
quiet. I'm I'm
right.
I'm curious. I'm curious because you're not wrong for asking for more details. My problem is that based on what we know in the information, he brought
Mhm.
the information that she was not stable, and he was repeatedly going to court to bring this to their attention so that he could at least at the bare minimum have temporary custody over his child
And
until
look
the
what
mother
happened
got
as a
the attention
result.
that they needed. Now we see what happened. The
Exactly.
child is dead.
Exactly.
Where do you
My
see
So
point,
multiple
so I'm
times he
so
went?
I'm so
just
I'm so
our
I'm curious
point exactly.
I'm curious.
He's gone. The child
Be
is
honest,
gone.
since you looked it up, how many
Yes, sir.
times was he in court?
I didn't see that part.
That's what I'm saying.
Double
That's all
check.
I'm saying.
No, but the child
Double
is
check.
gone. The
I'm
Because you
looking
don't
it
go
up.
the child is
you don't
gone.
because
That's the point. The child
I
is
guarantee
gone.
you, I'll put
That's the
Zacchaeus, we
money
point.
on
get
it.
that. We get that, Zacchaeus.
I guarantee you there is absolutely no way that this was just one single court case or one single court appearance and then things happened thereafter. I don't believe that for one
But
second.
that's what it says. That's what the father even said in the quote. He said he went to court and the judge denied him. He didn't say he went
Did
to
he
court
say that?
multiple times
Did he say
and the
he
judge
didn't say
denied
he
him.
went to court once either?
The judge denied him, not the judge kept denying him.
You're assuming that just because he said I went to court, that means I went to court once. That is very different and
And
very specific.
yeah. Okay, so it
So
says
let
public
so
court
let
records and news coverage indicate that Jair Lee's father, James Donnell Lee, went to court for one formal custody hearing. This is from the Washington Post. And in March 16, 2015, he filed an expedited motion for sole custody in DC. He submitted paperwork detailing deep concerns over the mental state. And then, so the filing was the 16th, the court appearance, both parents appeared in person before the court judge on May 11th. So was that 4 months later? 3 months
so they've
later?
been to court multiple times then.
No, they've only been in court one time. He filed on the 16th. They
Yeah,
were
but that
in
isn't the
court
But he
one
point.
went
time.
multiple. But
I
the
shouldn't
man
have
went
to go
multiple
to the
times.
court.
He
I
went
shouldn't have to
multiple
go to the court
times.
numerous.
Multiple times he went.
I shouldn't have to
No,
go
what do you see? What do you
4
see
times.
multiple times? He went.
Many times he went. In many cases,
No, he
times there's one
filed.
many times.
He filed on the 16th. They had one court appearance on the 11th, and that was
And
it.
then you said they had a joint. Then you said that they both went to court in another dates.
No, I was just reading a second bullet that said after he filed,
There's
this is when
more
they went
than
to the
meet
date.
the eye. There's more.
What's the name of the case? What's the name of the case?
I don't know what's the name of it.
What's their last name? What's the first name, last name?
So J.I. and then was it apostrophe I.A.R.E. Lee. And his father's name is James Lee. And all I'm seeing from the Washington Post is that they went to court one time. And again, both parents appeared in that one time court appearance.
Only
and
once?
that's when he was denied.
Only
But
once.
why does
that woman
Why
has
do I
a
need to go to the court
mental health
10
issue?
times?
Only once.
What's the point of me going 10 times when my child is in danger? Why
You
should
said
why
10
does it,
times?
why does it need to be more than 10 times? Why?
What do you mean 10? Where do you get 10 from?
I'm saying like
Let's just say
going
multiple
to
times for the lack. Just for
yeah.
the
What's
sake
the
of
point of
argument.
going to the court multiple times whenever I fear that my child is in danger? It should take the one time that I give you what I know about the mother, and you got to take that. I shouldn't have to go numerous times to prove to you that she's not fit. If I think
Now
that
he
she's not fit, I'm going to the court. The court should have the child's best interest at heart and
And they should
not
investigate
just
that woman.
And they gave
yeah.
them joint custody. Or I mean, I don't know if it's considered joint
But that
custody
was a
in
big
DC,
mistake on their part.
but she got
now had he
weekdays and
now
he
had he
got
had taken it
weekends.
now he had now had he took at now he had took initiative himself and would just said bump the court. I'm taking my kid because I don't feel safe with you and my child. He would
That's
have been
right.
in the
He
wrong.
maybe should have done that.
Not that's
But if
not
he let
true.
not but not he
That,
let
that
but
is
if he left it wrong if he left it alone he's still in the wrong. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. At this
How,
point,
KJ? How, KJ? What law in DC or governs that a legal father can?
that is literally called custodial interference.
KJ,
It's
it's
called
custodial
Literally
parental
called
interference.
custodial
No,
interference.
it's if they have no custody
parental
agreement.
alienation too.
If they have no custody agreement, there's nothing to. You're not depriving the other parent of anything. The fact that
If
the
it if
children
they
live with the father
if it
is
is
not
if it
depriving the child.
were they both taking care of were they both mutually taking care of the child? Did they both have joint custody of the child?
There was no custody agreement. They've only been to court that one time,
Right, right.
so
So if
there's
there was
no
no
legal
cut,
ramification.
so if there's custody of so if there's no custody agreement legally, custody is assumed on the behalf of the mother. So
Not
by
true.
proxy, if he was to take initiative and to just take the child, even if he felt that his child was in danger, legally, he would be reprimanded under custodial interference
Okay, again,
regardless of if
that's
there's a
not true.
regardless of if there's a custodial agreement or not. Custodial interference does not require custodial agreements. That's not how that works.
Okay, KJ, we know that state by state this law changes. We also know, right, that Meerkat just told us that if, at least in Louisiana, if you don't have a custody agreement, there is no custodial deprivation. So you can't go to jail for that. You can't go to jail for kidnapping a child that you have the
Which is
legal
why,
right to.
which
So
you,
what
Yeah.
I'm
which that point is invalidated by the
That's
how
point
is
that
that?
you
that's
just
only
made. Was that
Louisiana.
point that you made? The point that you made earlier. It's a state by state basis. You just said that. So you're
Maybe
KJ,
that's
applying.
so
You're
we
only
applying.
can't.
only
You're applying.
Louisiana. I've
You're
never
applying.
been to
You're applying
Louisiana. That's
Louis.
only the
You're
law in
applying.
Louisiana.
You're applying Louisiana state law
No, I'm not.
in a
Louisiana
case
state
where we
law.
don't even know where it took place in. We don't
You're
even know what
applying
state
a
it took place
general,
in.
but you're applying a general law saying that if he took the child, then he could be seen as kidnapping the child.
Custodial interference is something that is generally applied across 50 states. It's just applied differently. There is a possibility that if he would have just took the kid, even if he felt that the kid was in danger, they would have reprimanded him under custodial interference.
He didn't have who
That is
if
always a
nobody had
No, it's
possibility.
not,
custody.
KJ. No, it's not.
If nobody had if nobody had legal custody, they or biological custody, but if nobody had legal custody ordered by the court, he could have taken the kids and he would not have gotten in trouble.
And I'm looking this up, DC law, because on DC is very different because it's not considered a state.
This
It
happened in
says,
DC?
yes, it says, based on the DC Criminal Code Reform Commission's own analysis of parental kidnapping statute, that if there is no custody court order at all, neither parent is considered a lawful custodian in the
Right.
statutory sense because the status has to be defined by a court order with no orders. So before they went to court on the 16th, he had equal rights to that 3-year-old that she had. It was when they had that court order that if he took the child on her day, that she could go to court and say, you are depriving me of my parental time. But before the 16th of May, he had the same rights. So all I'm saying is these details are very important because if she was that bad of a parent, why was that child with her? Not saying it's the father's fault that the child unfortunately
This
had.
gets to the point that I made earlier. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
KJ, listen
Because
to what I'm saying.
you saying that he could have did something different. When in
I'm saying
reality,
all parents.
he didn't do anything wrong in this instance.
KJ, you interrupted me.
If
How you
by
telling me
if by
stuff?
if by the logic of the law, and I'll take what you said when it came to that statute. Okay, fair enough. I'll concede on that point. This doesn't take away from the primary point that I'm making that if whether he took it to court or whether he would have took initiative himself, it would have been a completely different tool because this is how Jesse you like to argue. Let's say that it was fundamentally different in outcome. Let's say that the kid was still alive today, but it ended up being reported on the news that this man took his child without the mother's permission, even though legally he has the right to do so. This would have been a completely different argument at that point, because why did he feel the need to just take the child without the mother's consent, even though legally it's not required per what you just read. So the reality is that there's a fundamental inconsistency in your arguments.
How, KJ?
There,
Because he can. I'm
we're
telling you,
not
he
being
should have.
we're not being fit we're not being fair in how we view the father, whereas when we're looking at the mother, she is responsible for the death of her kid.
I
Why are
never
we
said
even
she
talking
wasn't.
about the man right now?
I never said she wasn't. Why we're talking about the man is because Zacchaeus and other people have brought up that the court system is so unfair and that men have no rights and that women get to do everything because they have this social privilege to do everything. But we just saw that there is a DC in like in Louisiana, in DC, the man who is the legal father has the same rights the woman has. So when a man does not take advantage of the rights he already
That
has,
is assuming
the
that
privileges he already
that there
has.
was no custodial agreements.
But that's what I'm saying. Most of the time, when y'all are beefing, when the baby mama and baby daddy are beefing, and the kids are staying with the baby mama, there is no custody agreement. Y'all are just beefing. He's leaving the house. I'm saying in that messy period, men should take their children if she's such a bad mom, but
Now
they
why now
don't.
why now why
But
now
they
watch
don't.
this. Now watch this. Watch this. If there was a disagreement that was happening between a man and a woman, and the man said, and he was in the middle of the action of taking his children
Mhm.
outside of the home, away from the mother, do you really think that the mother is going to let that happen?
What do you mean? Let that fight him?
Yes, duh.
I don't know. Maybe not.
What do you mean you don't know?
Maybe
How
not.
many
Maybe
times
she
have we
won't.
seen this on Twitter? Every time that
Twitter.
every time we see a video of a man saying that I'm going to take my children, right? The woman
Mhm.
is trying to square up with the dude. No, you're not taking my kids. You're not taking my kids. Rah, 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 trying to square up with the dude
Mhm.
when he's trying to take his kids away from an unsafe environment that would be the home that the mother is clearly staying in. So the reality, like I said, it doesn't matter if he did it. It doesn't matter if he didn't do it. He still would have been in the wrong by your own
KJ, your mic
logic.
is messing up.
That's not my mic.
That's me,
Yeah,
cat.
I have more questions. We're gonna move on now.
Yeah, because this conversation needs to include everybody. This can't just be just KJ.
I'm sorry.
So
Yeah.
no, you're totally fine. So this is for everyone, right? So can specific societal advantages for women exist simultaneously with systemic male dominance, or are those advantages simply byproducts of a patriarch system?
Repeat that, Beyond, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. So can can specific societal advantages for women
Mm-hmm.
exist simultaneously with systemic male dominance, or are those advantages simply byproducts of a patriarch system?
Mm.
I'm gonna say byproduct. Because the only privileges the woman has is because the patriarchy, the system, allowed her to have it.
The mom has since been indicted for manslaughter for the death of the child. The grand jury found her guilty of manslaughter and the death of the child and child abuse.
Good.
I know.
As it should have happened. But what about
Yeah,
beyond this question,
yeah.
y'all? Did y'all hear beyond this question?
What was it?
He
Say it
said
again.
he said something about strength and patriarchy.
No, I'm gonna say it again. So
I was listening beyond there, I promise.
no, I know. Can specific societal advantages for women exist simultaneously with systemic male dominance, or are those advantages simply because of the patriarch system?
Yes.
And I said the latter, if we're voting.
You can
It can,
elaborate if you guys want to.
it can be both because sometimes the men have more money and they can hire better attorneys. I've seen that happen too. So it can be the court. Yeah, the court was overly biased for a long time and it's slowly changing because of, like I say, society, women have checked out, they don't want to be the mom, whatever. That happens too. And then you got foster care, kids living with families. They're not raising them. So the mother and the father's getting charged with child support. So it's just become a all about me society, basically, and the kids are caught in the middle. They grow up to be these parents that we're talking about. Nobody rescued them. They were left in situations they shouldn't have been in. So yeah, it can be both. It can be both.
And so I only said the latter because a lot of the social privileges that we say women have are really only because this patriarchal system allows them to have it. Like again, people saying like helping a woman with her groceries. That only is a thing because men again, as a general sense, systemically, see women as weaker. So it's a exposition, or it's a showing of your masculinity, right? To help this woman who is weaker. It's chivalrous to help this woman who is weaker. So really all I'm saying is all the quote unquote privileges that we say women get are really through the patriarchal system, or just the system itself that powerful men have set up.
But why do you emphasize, Jess? Why do you emphasize it's about her being weaker? Maybe it could be strictly because he was raised to be chivalrous. It may have very little to do with her being weak if he's helping her out.
What is chivalry?
Assistance.
Because
what?
Because she's.
No, I'll tell you this. I understand where you're going with this, and I
need to let her finish that thought.
I understand the general conception, but I'll tell you this. I was raised to assist women too, but I was not taught by mom and dad because they were weak.
That's why I said it's not conscious. That's why I'm saying I would never try to indict or villainize a man that he helps women in 2026 because he sees women as weaker. I'm saying the entire thought of chivalry comes from the fact that women were seen socially, physically, financially as weaker. So it was a show of your masculinity to provide for her.
That's not the
chivalry
definition of chivalry.
The
That's
definition
not the definition of
does not
chivalry.
include the word weak at all. It's about being polite
I never said it.
and honorable.
It's about being courteous too.
It's about doing the right thing. Doing the right thing.
It's also integral.
A woman can be chivalrous to a man.
Thank you. It's also integral.
The fact that you're already ingraining it's a weakness on a woman's part is a bias on your part, not ours.
There you go.
You're prescribing a bias onto us that we never had.
Y'all have never said anything about women being chivalrous. Never. You know that in your mind.
That doesn't take away from the objective fact that women are capable of being chivalrous.
That's not my point.
It's not mutually exclusive. It was never about weakness. It's about being polite.
KJ, no, it's not. What am I?
The Bible does.
I know that's
say
what
that women are the weaker of the two. The Bible does say women are the weaker of the two.
Thank you, Meerkat. That even proved my point further. That the author of that particular, I think it was First Peter, I believe, when it says, live with your wife in an understanding way as she is the weaker vessel. Societally, it was seen that women were weaker. So I'm not saying that you individually, men, have a conscious thought that women are weak and they can't do anything. I'm saying the whole act of chivalry, the whole act of covering is because societally, women were deemed weaker. Women cannot, and then that's why I bring up the refrigerator thing. And you need more women to bring that refrigerator up. So men are going to step in because women are physically not able to do it. That's all I'm saying.
So hold on. Too fast.
That's a fair point.
This is why I was quiet.
I kind of agree with her though.
Yeah, but hold on 1 second, Bianca. Jess, earlier your thing was the perception of women being weaker, and then in that same sentence you admit that women are physically weaker. Which one is it?
Those are both true things. I don't think women are. I think women physically from the top up are weaker than men, obviously, and women are physically stronger from the bottom down. But women being seen as the weaker vessel and treated like that in society, both are true things. They just have different inceptions. So I believe both of those things, if that's clear.
Women are stronger from the waist down and compared to other women.
And compared to everybody.
No. Amongst women, that's where the women's strength is. It's not that a woman's lower body on average, is stronger than a man's lower body. It's just that that's where your strength more so plays the most part on your body physically.
So why then, when men have to take on these period cramp stimulators and pregnancy simulators, are they like rolling around the floor? Will
That's
we
not our
not?
biology. Your
I
biology is
would-
built.
But again, but isn't that proving that there is a strength in the womb that men do not have in that lower part of their body? The same way a woman cannot bench press the same way a man can. So when there's something that needs upper body, it's more efficient to have a man because his strength is upper body. Your
Wait,
center of gravity is in your chest, and a woman's center of gravity is closer to her womb.
the fair comparison would be squatting. That would be the fair comparison. Is squatting. Can you squat the same or more weight than the average man? That's the fair equivalent, not cramps and pregnancy pains. That's not part of our anatomy.
How would that not be a fair comparison?
You compared lifting weights. Let me just make sure the audience heard this. You compared lifting weights to periods and cramps. So
Yeah,
I'm sticking with lifting weights for the woman.
Okay.
So can the average woman squat more than the average man?
More or equal? Because I'm not saying more of anything. But I don't really know. I don't have the stats on that. I know
Okay, it's okay. It's okay that you don't know.
But
It's okay that you don't know, but I wanted to be fair with the exercise analogy. If we're talking exercise, we should keep it exercise.
But I wasn't talking exercise.
Otherwise, it's not a fair point because you have eggs, we have sperm. Okay, so I have to make a fair equivalent. If we're talking about exercise, then we got to keep it exercise. Bench press, okay. You mentioned the woman's lower body, okay. Squatting is the lower body, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Leg thrusts, all them other leg exercises. Mm-hmm. The point that what I'm making is that where women's strength mainly excels is more so on the lower body than the upper body. I've seen women use their legs when their arms are not strong enough. Mm-hmm. So that would be the actual fair equivalence, right? So when you brought up pain simulators and period cramps and birth, that's not a fair equivalence because we can't do that.
I'm not saying birth. I'm just saying the pain.
No, you brought up pain simulators. You brought up pain simulators.
Just pain, not birth.
No. You brought up pain simulators and you said menstrual cramps and the other thing you said. I said I think that's an unfair argument.
Okay.
That's all. I'm keeping it. I'm just keeping it with exercise. Beyond it, go ahead.
Okay. This is a question that I'm sure we can all answer at some point. So, in y'all's opinion, where is the line drawn between genuine societal protections for women and benevolent sexism?
Wait, say it again.
Where is the line drawn between genuine societal protections for women and benevolent sexism?
I don't know what that second part is. I've never heard of that.
Okay.
He said benevolent. It's the word he used. Hey, Beyond, you may need to lead the charge with that one.
So instead of that, okay, where is the line drawn between genuine societal protections for women and sexism?
Okay, I know what benevolent means. Benevolent what?
Sexism.
Sexism. Okay. I don't know. Does the line keep getting moved? Or is there one line that's always been there?
Hey, Beyonda, to help your question, can I go the Me Too conversation?
Sure.
Okay. So I would say that I think more heat comes on men when they do a particular sexual harassment act versus when a woman does it. So let's say a woman grabbed another, let's say a female actress. No, let's not do actress. Let's just keep it average. Let's keep it most. So let's just say the workforce, right? It's deemed more dangerous if the man had a harassment case against a woman as opposed to the woman had against the man. I felt like women have been forgiven more for that when they do that versus when a man does it. I have seen in the jobs that I have had, I've seen a man do that, right? And although he's wrong, right? Although he's wrong. And then I've seen said woman do it, and that woman is not, people don't run the other way when she comes around. But when he comes around, it's run the other way, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Now, with that being said, and I'm going to be fair, and Jess is going to like this one. Have I seen men get promoted after doing such an act?
For sure.
Yup, absolutely. Yep. There are men that I know right now that are managing a place after having 4 sexual harassment encounters. That's a lot. I've known there have been men. I won't disclose what I do for a living, but there have been men who have been not fired, but just transferred out. Send them somewhere else. Let that entity over there deal with them. We're not dealing with this no more. As opposed to just holding them accountable for a fireable offense, because sexual harassment is a fireable offense.
That's happened. That's happened in the school system. It's happened in the church. It's happened in, managers of food establishments. I mean, they just move them around. They don't deal with them. They don't, and they make it somebody else's problem. And then the fallout and the consequences are gravely, the kids pay the price,
I was going to give you an example. My fiance, she's an AGM at a movie theater, right? But the manager has guys that work there that are below her, and he never treats them like they could be doing jack squat. They don't get yelled at, But my fiance doesn't do anything, gets yelled at, There is it definitely happens, And that's just that's more of a light example, But I wanted to provide that 'cause I thought that was kind of related to what Fifth was saying.
Beyond it,
Yeah.
can you give examples of benevolent sexism?
What do you mean? Like benevolent sexism?
No, like in your question, you said, is it just protection for women or is it benevolent sexism? So I was hoping you could illustrate some behaviors that would be considered benevolent sexism.
Well, that's why I changed the question, because it was this,
Yeah.
I guess, so not all sexism is rooted in hostility or, hatred for the other person. In regards to chivalry, for example, chivalry is usually viewed as men to women or whatever, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It is sexist, but it's a good thing because men like to be polite and courteous towards women. That's why it's sexism on that front. That's an example, I guess.
Okay, because when I hear the word sexism, I think of a disdain for something.
No, that's not what it is usually.
Well, how do you define sexism?
Well, I just told you that it's not always rooted in hostility or hatred towards the other person. Sexism is what benefits one gender over the other. There are certain benefits that we all have that, if you did it, I couldn't do it, and then vice versa. That's kind of like having your cake and eating it too.
But that's not sexism, though.
That's how I see it. That's not.
That would be a double. That would be a double standard.
Double standard. Okay, fair enough. Okay,
but
yeah.
I see sexism in the same way I see racism, right? Where white people can't be. They can't be. You can't be racist against a white person because racism is a hierarchy, And
right.
so with sexism, the oppressor and the oppressed can't change places because it's a hierarchy. So when you say benevolent, I'm thinking in what world would somebody have a disdain or a hierarchical relationship with a woman and it be benevolent, like the same way people use like benevolent dictator in relationships. I'm like, how? Like, how do those things coexist? But if you're changing the term, then it's okay. I just thought we were staying on that particular dichotomy.
Nah, he got off of that because that kind of boxes in the conversation. I mean, but sexism is also. Yo, can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, he's gonna refresh. But sexism is also stereotyping as well. So your thing that you spoke to, Jess, is a good example because you said women being deemed weaker or only helping her because we deem her as being weaker. That's sexism. Sexism is also, Beyond, you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So sexism is, and like I said, and to be honest point, it doesn't have to be rooted in hatred, and I'm gonna get to Ray. If I feel that this woman is 5'3", but I got this 6'5" man over here that could do the job better, I'm going to make sure that the 5'3" woman sits at the front desk, and then I'm gonna make sure this 6'5" man is back in the warehouse putting up boxes. That's sexism too. But if I ask the woman, hey, what would you rather do? You want to sit at the front desk or do you want to be in the warehouse putting up these heavy boxes? More times than none, that woman's going to say, I want to sit at the front desk. So that's sexism. But it's a sexism that in that moment, that woman would actually be okay with. As long as I didn't reveal to her that the reason why I suggested she sit at the front desk is because of the fact that in my mind, I'm internalizing her as being weaker. And it's best for me to use this 6'5" man, which is also taller than me, to do this job in the warehouse because he's a 6'5" man who looks like he lift weights. So I'd rather have him back there doing it. And if I asked him, hey, brother, do you want to sit up and do this secretary work, or do you want to go in the back in the warehouse and lift these boxes? More times than none, that 6'5" man is probably going to say, yeah, I'd rather be in the warehouse lifting boxes. That's me using a bias. That's me being sexist. But guess what? If the two parties are okay with doing the job A and job B, then, hey, the more the merrier. But that is an example of sexism.
I'll do you one better. Another example.
How do you fight that, Jess?
Because it's wrong. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not wrong. I'm
saying your definition of sexism. That's not sexism.
Part of sexism is stereotyping.
That wasn't a stereotype. She's 5'3". She literally could not.
No. She's a 5'3" woman. So because she's a 5'3", okay, then let's do this, right? Because I can't say it's sexism if it's a 5'3" man.
That's what I'm saying. It would be sexism.
And a 6'5" man.
I'm saying if he was 5'3" and she was 5'3" and you said she needs to go to the front, I can see how you could say that's benevolent sexism because women should be more docile and women are more feminine and there's going to bring more people in. I can see that. But he's 6'5". To me, that's equity. She cannot do what the 6'5" guy does. So
why? Why not?
Choice.
Why not?
What do you mean? Because he's taller. Not because he's a man, because he's taller.
No. So I get a 6'3" woman.
Yeah. What about it? Again, what about it? You would give her the same options. If you gave her the same options, that would not be sexist.
No, that's me being height biased.
Height bias?
Yeah, because if we're talking two women, that's not sexism no more. That's me now being more. That's me being discriminate. That's discrimination. Yes, and discrimination is in the definition of sexism.
I want to provide another example. Another example of sexism, like the assumption in family courts that mothers are inherently better parents, or the fact that they have women in the offices organizing stuff because they're better at that kind of stuff. That's sexism.
No, it's not, Beyonder. No, it's not. Sexism is a hierarchy where men are seen as better than women.
No.
Women, Beyonder, you just agree with me that sexism and racism are both hierarchies. I feel like you also agree with me that there is no reverse racism. Do you believe that? Yes or no?
Wait, what is that?
Do you believe that reverse racism exists?
that what black people can be racist to whites?
To white people in America.
Yeah.
Let's just say in America.
Yes.
Dang,
Okay.
Jess, you leaving out context.
Who wouldn't believe that?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are, because if you don't say systematically, then we're just talking about prejudice.
Okay,
This
so
is too easy.
beyond it, systematically, since Fifth is getting upset, systematically, can black people be systematically oppressive against white people?
I suppose not.
What do you believe, beyond it?
I don't think so. Not systemically, no.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to bring up. Sexism, racism, ableism is systemic, and the same way that me being prejudiced against a white person has no bearing on their systemic disenfranchisement. So there's no reason to bring up interpersonal racism because it doesn't exist, right? With black people to white people, the same way a man. Okay, cool. The same way when we talk about sexism, a woman cannot then be the oppressor of men in a sexist dynamic because it's a hierarchy. They can't switch places. So it's either sexist. It literally is, because that's all. KJ, that's all an ism. I don't have the time to explain isms and hierarchies to people, because if you believe that reverse racism doesn't exist, then you can't reverse sexism. So that's my whole point.
Jess, let me say something real quick. KJ, one second. Jess, if you're going to bring up a point, you can't now say you don't have time.
What do you mean? I just explained it. I can't explain it again.
No, but what I'm saying is
explanation is flawed.
But what I'm saying is, okay, and this goes to anybody on the panel. If you bring up a point, and then now when somebody tries to ask you about that point, you can't now say, "Oh, I ain't got time." No, we got time.
I've already explained it.
Or we can move the conversation.
I've already explained why there is no reverse racism, the same way there is no reverse sexism. So we cannot say that a woman being over a man or being picked over a man is sexism.
So misandry just doesn't exist.
Misandrous.
That's what I said. Misandry.
Misandrous. In a systemic misandry. Are you for real, KJ?
Misandry doesn't only have to exist in a systemic way.
That's what
that's the fallacious argument that you're making. You're only prescribing it to a system because that's the only thing that you're prescribing to the suffix ism. Ism pertains to ideology as well. In order for a system to become a system, it has to be an ideology first, meaning that anybody can be racist. For you to suggest otherwise would mean that you are saying that black people are incapable of having a certain thought, a certain prejudice, and acting upon those prejudices. You don't have to have a system for that. And systems are further beyond just a government. A system can be corporate ran. A system could be ran a practice can be ran in a friend group, if we would. These things require nuance. So if you're going to make these arguments that black people are incapable of being racist, but they are only capable of being prejudiced whole time, prejudice is literally the first word in the definition of racism, by the way, then you are making a fallacious argument by proxy. Now let's look towards sexism. Sexism is a prejudiced, discriminatory, or antagonistic view to somebody based on their sex characteristics or gendered characteristics, right? Misandry is the irrational hatred for men. Misogyny is the irrational hatred for women. None of these things require a system. A system is only a manifestation of that said prejudice against that particular group of people. So stop lying, please.
KJ, I would love for you to actually understand what you're saying. So there is no system in a friend group. The friend group exists inside of a system. If you want to talk about systemic disenfranchisement, a black people cannot systemically disenfranchise white people. It's not a thing. Right.
Sure, but your argument is fallacious because there is no stop there.
KJ, hold on. Let's be fair. Go ahead, Jess. Go ahead.
You're being incredibly rude, KJ. Just want to say. So if we're talking about system, because Fifth wanted me to be specific, racism as a system, not interpersonal quips. between one person or the other. And I'm saying the interpersonal quip is not systemic, it's interpersonal, and it doesn't have any systemic disenfranchisement. So I'm talking about systemic racism as a hierarchy. A Black person in America cannot be systemically oppressive towards a white person. So what I'm saying is that ism requires a hierarchy. And if the hierarchy can move where the oppressor can become oppressed and the oppressee can become the oppressor, there is no hierarchy. There's no ism. So that everything Black people have been fighting against does not exist because it's not real, because their position can move at any time.
You want to
If
know the most
we
ironic
if we
part
know
about you want to know the
if
most
we know
ironic part
that's
about
not
it?
true, then we know that sexism in America is from men to women. And whatever you're
Ironic
talking
about this
about is
whole
the
argument?
interpersonal quips of a person who hates men, but she has no systemic disenfranchisement power against men. So it's
But
not the
once
same
again,
thing.
you're saying that as if that's the only requirement or the only important value behind it. It's not. Based on the definitions that I just recited to you of racism, the suffix ism, sexism, misogyny, and misandry. None of these things require a system. A system is only a byproduct of those ideologies that we just listed off. So the reality is that when you're going to make the arguments that a that okay, let's say that I grant you that Black people can't be systemically racist against white people, right? That doesn't mean that they can't be racist, period. We're not even talking about on a systemic level. We're talking about on any level. The context is whether or not they have the culpability of holding that disdain for a particular group of people based on the membership of a particular demographic, based on immutable characteristics, whatever have you. The reality is that even though these things may not be something that's tied into law or into practice, that doesn't mean that these things don't affect people on a general basis. Because let's be 100% honest. Fifth, Beyonder, Ray,
Hmm.
do you see any male? Do you see any male-led TV shows that are gravitated towards men the same way you see towards women on mainstream media?
Yeah.
You,
No,
you
not
said
To
in
the
really.
same
this
to the same part as the View or the Talk or the Real.
the only.
Oh,
Okay, hold on. I can actually
maybe
answer that.
maybe on YouTube, but not like TV
Not
though.
on YouTube,
No.
mainstream media.
I
Oh,
can
okay,
answer that.
no,
I can
probably
answer
not.
that perfectly. I can answer that perfectly. The only thing we have is sports.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
Oh,
it.
and KJ. Thank you. Because I wasn't even going to bring this up.
Well, hold on. I would say
Only,
music and podcast too. No, like Nori and all that stuff.
Not that's
No.
not
no.
mainstream media.
He's sticking with TV because
Mainstream media.
Oh, okay.
TV.
when we go to the internet's the Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
he's talking about with TV. It's
Yeah.
only sports. And KJ, it has to stay in the parameters of sports because the moment that the conversation drifts off of sports, the men get in trouble because we're seeing men
Exactly.
actually get fired who are sportscasters when the conversation is no longer about sports.
Well, the only
But
thing
if
I would
we,
Stephen
say,
A.
Fifth,
Stephen
is
A.
Stephen A.
Smith's
Smith.
career is in jeopardy. Stephen A. Smith's career as a sports commentator is already in jeopardy the second that he started tackling on
Yeah. No, it
political
is.
issues.
Yeah.
So the reality is that whether you want to admit it or not, this argument that Jess is making is already fundamentally flawed in and of itself. Because guess what mainstream media is part of? A system. So realistically speaking, if you have a system that is geared towards women, that creates talking points for the gratification of women, but you don't see the equivalence being done for men in that exact same system that is mainstream media, then her argument falls flat on its tail because you have a multitude of shows. You have sitcoms, you have talk shows, you have reality TV shows. All of these things are geared towards women. I guarantee you, the vast majority of men versus the vast majority of women, if we were to survey them, I guarantee you it's a vast minority that watch Love Island compared to their female counterparts. Most men ain't watching Love Island unless their girlfriend get them to watch it with them. So the reality is that we have a wide variety of discrepancies in many of different systems all across this country. She's only looking on a governmental systemic basis. I'm looking at systemic, period. Anything can be a system. Anything can be a practice. And if she were to look further beyond just a governmental system, she knows her argument is newt. I land.
I would say this, and I don't think Jess realizes that I actually try to keep her in a pocket that works the best for her. I didn't want her to go. I didn't want her to go to the other part, because if she would have just stayed on women not having, let's see, the physical force and all that behind them to actually oppress us, she's right. Can't no woman come in my house and overpower me by herself. She ought to be out of her dang mind. But I will say this. In terms of the Beyond this question, and I know Beyond, you asked it so long ago that it got lost in the pipeline. But it's not so much that we're saying that sexism don't exist. That's not even the topic of the show. The topic is more about the double standards of the social privileges between men and women. So my question is this: are there some why are some social double standards rarely challenged while others become national conversations?
Well, I can start off by that because that kind of like leads into why I asked the question as well. I would say that, and I grant the fact that women, back in the day, did try to, like Susan B. Anthony and whatnot, like that, spearheaded women getting their rights and whatnot. And I'm pretty sure like most men, like, what, yeah, they should be able to vote and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like we had like we went from correction to overcorrection to where now you can't really say anything about women because people have gotten canceled for saying stuff about women on TV or YouTube or whatever. So it's kind of hard to you can't even critique women like that anymore without getting backlash from a large community. Um and I think that's where it's coming to where like we've gone from women being inferior to working towards them being equal, but now we've kind of graduated to them being over men to a degree because now it's overcorrection, and now if you say anything about it, you're in the wrong, or you're sexist, or you're misogynist.
I've seen sitcoms, multiple sitcoms, where the man is constantly put down, emasculated over and over, how they're stupid. And, there's a number of sitcoms back, and it was like sad. It's like, what?
You're totally right about that.
I get, I don't know, disenfranchised, but whatever, just disheartened by it. It's just, why is it okay to verbally cut? It's just like, and everybody laughs, all the audience is all laughing in the background. It's sad,
I have one more thing about this. I agree with Mirka. I noticed this back when I was a kid. I was watching Disney Channel, and I was watching a show called Good Like Charlie. Like that was like the kids version of like Modern Family, I guess.
Yeah.
But literally, they made the dad dumb and like the mom like the primary like superhero mother. In a lot of cases, they quite literally put the dad down as to like kind of like to generalize how most fathers are.
Yeah.
And as a kid, you don't really see it, but looking back at it, I think that was like the start of like us seeing trying to like emasculate men and like make
Well,
men. Because if you look at like
Yeah.
Fresh Prince or Martin, right? I feel like the roles were about equal. I mean, sure, Martin was his show, so he was like the main character, but like, or Uncle Phil was like the main father figure, but the women were respected, and it was like an equal thing. It wasn't like they were putting one over the other; they were equal. And
but
then it kind
beyond
of
the
graduated into like women being over the guy, even in
but
Modern
beyond
Family.
that trope of the ditzy husband, like Peter Griffin, right? Nobody says that Family Guy is sexist against men. It's just a trope of this caricature of the ditzy husband who has to get saved by the wife. And we see that flipped where there's the ditzy wife has to get saved by the husband. I mean, I Dream of Jeannie. She was incredibly ditzy and had to get saved by Captain all the time. So
I Love Lucy.
I've never seen that, but yeah, sure.
I have.
Well, I
Okay.
Love Lucy was a different one. Yeah.
There's not this generational systemic, social push to emasculate men on TV. I think that's an extreme take to have.
Wait, hold on. So
Like-
you know what? You said something that I rock with, and then you said something I didn't rock with at the end.
Okay.
So if we're going to talk about the earlier time, I do agree. And the reason why I mentioned I Love Lucy is because I'm familiar with I Love Lucy. I watched the reruns when I was a kid, and I actually loved the show, right?
Yeah.
I also love the Honeymooners, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So men were different back then because you can't hear this on TV right now. Ralph Cramden used to say, bang, zoom, right in the kisser. I'll send you to the moon, Alice. I'll send you to the moon. You can never say that on TV now. But that was something that was said back then. Every time Lucy did something stupid, and Lucy was a comedian.
Yeah.
Lucille Ball was a comedian.
Yeah.
So Ricky Ricardo was not the comedian. So the strength was on Lucille Ball to carry that show. But every time Lucy did something crazy, Ricky said, Lucy, you have some explaining to do. And she,
Some explaining to do.
You see what I'm saying? Now, and they were married in real life, by the way, at the time.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a movie on Lucille Ball, and the guy who played Ricky Ricardo. They actually got married in real life.
Yeah, Desi Arnaz. Yeah.
Desi Arnaz. There we go. But yeah, so she mentioned I Dream of Jeannie, right? Like, you're right. And then we can also go to All in the Family, right?
Yeah.
And Archie.
Yeah.
Archie. You don't have those wives no more on TV. You don't have those Archie Bunkers. You don't even have your what's my man Al Bundy. You don't have those on TV anymore. I know
The Jefferson, Fresh Prince.
Thank you. But you know what? Back then, men actually watched more TV back then. What they realized is that women watch more TV. Women consume more television hours. Women are number one in seeing live television. And that's where you get most of your ratings in prime time. So the advertisers said, well, we're going to gear more towards the women consumers because they also purchase more. They also go in for more credit cards than men do. They also will high spend more than men do. So what happens is as the advertisers follow, so did the actual writings of the shows. Because the shows said, well, if the advertisers know that it's more with the women, then we're going to make sure that when we do these shows, that we do shows and have certain women characters that women are going to gravitate towards. So we started to see that shift. The way business goes is that you have to go where the money is.
Right.
So right now, sadly, fellas, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, but sadly, the money is where the women are. So that's where they're going. Now, the moment it falls on its face is when I see them revert back. And you're starting to see that with certain things. Like, for instance, the movie Supergirl. Supergirl flopped.
Mm-hmm.
Because women, not enough women supported that movie. So now...
I'll do you one even better, Fifth. Captain Marvel.
Captain Marvel's another, both of those Captain Marvel movies flopped. So now what's happening is that the studios are like, okay, we see the pattern here. All right, so let's do things a little differently about these movies. So then they said, well, what do women still want to see? So then Barbie comes out. Barbie was a success. It was a success because of the way that movie went and also the nostalgic history of Barbie the doll.
Right.
Okay?
I'm a Barbie girl.
So they're going to go where the money goes. Go ahead, Jess.
Barbie went super platinum because of the feminist undertone of it.
Jess, you're actually kind of helping my point. Although I'm not trying to argue this, I'm just saying that you have to go where the money is. And I never saw the movie. I just saw the news about the movie.
I didn't see the movie either.
And women, women and kids, because the little girls love Barbie, the doll, right? Barbie's had animated movies and cartoons for years. Even got video games. So they brought women supported Barbie because that's what women want to see. But as far as supporting superheroes, women are not into comic books and stuff like that like men are. So they didn't work.
What's her name? What's her name with the One Piece?
Wonder Woman.
That went multi-platinum. Women love. My mom.
Wait, stay right there. Men love Wonder Woman too. I don't think you realize how big of a night. No. Listen to me. This is something me and my brother, my real life brother, talk about all the time.
Could have me. Wonder Woman
Listen, this is something. Let me have this moment real quick. This is something me and my real brother talk about all the time. Wonder Woman is fire. I want you to understand something about Wonder Woman. Okay?
Fire.
Wonder Woman is fire. Wonder Woman is top 10 comic book character of all time.
Facts.
Wonder Woman was written in a way that we love her.
I don't know about all that.
Wonder Woman. Wait, hold Beyonda, hold on. Now I'm going to stop. Beyonda, you don't know about what?
I don't
about
know
her being
about
top 10?
Not top. She top 20, not top 10 though.
No. Beyonda, you need to look where the money is at.
No. I read.
Okay, you read. Okay.
Name one Wonder Woman movie that flops.
But we're talking about what women flock to, and so you brought up Supergirl and all these other female heroes and how their movies flop, and it's because women don't go see superhero movies. But we know that's not true because there was a lot of women. Again, I'm just talking about the women. The women came out to see Wonder Woman. I think it was in part because of marketing. Like, I didn't see a lot of Supergirl marketing. The Mrs. Marvel, She-Hulk, those were the top 3 streamed shows when they first came out on Disney Plus. Women were flocking to these female heroines. So I that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's very true
on Disney Plus, especially She-Hulk.
What?
I actually just
they were the biggest disappointments on Disney Plus.
No,
She-Hulk went nowhere.
So She-Hulk flopped. It really did. No. She-Hulk had a major drop off as the series continued. So Wonder Woman, you were cooking on that one because Wonder Woman was a box office hit, and men saw Wonder Woman. When I saw Wonder Woman, I saw a gang of men in there because Wonder Woman's character transcends just beyond her sex. Wonder Woman is a very important character in DC Comics, which is Batman and Superman. This is why they call it the trinity of comic book characters in the DC, and that is Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is a icon. Okay, so if you do a Wonder Woman movie, that typically does well. Except for the second one, but also the second Wonder Woman movie also played a role. COVID played a big role. The Jabba Jabba, because I got it to YouTube. The Yo Jabba Jabba shot had something to do with the lack of success on Wonder Woman. But what I'm saying is that you need both men and women to watch these films. Wonder Woman still had a big male fan base. And the character itself still has a big male fan base. More than Supergirl is what I'm saying. And there we go. She got the Wonder Woman right there. You know what I'm saying? And I mentioned Barbie. So I gave props to Wonder Woman and Barbie because women support Barbie. And what I'm saying is they're going to go where the money goes. So they're going to also write certain shows to highlight women differently than men. And you're right about the doofus husband. Because before Family Guy was in 1988, The Simpsons. The Simpsons are, I'm 1 year older than The Simpsons. Okay? Homer Simpson set a precedent for what Peter Griffin is today. Right? And back then, you still had strong male figure characters on other shows.
Mhm.
Then we got into Home Improvement. Does anybody remember Home Improvement?
Yep, Tim Taylor. Rah, 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 rah.
Tim Allen, yeah.
Right. Why? How come Tim, although he was one heck of
Comedian.
a handyman and architect, always messed up his stuff, right?
It was
But
Al's fault. It was Al's fault.
right. But Al Bolin was the better guy.
Yeah.
Right? So even though you had him as the joke husband, because obviously I guess he had to be that because Tim is a comedian. The
Yeah.
woman who played his wife is not funny enough to carry the show. So obviously he would have to take on that role. I get it. But there was
He
still
was kind of ditzy too. I mean, it was like she was smarter than him, you know. So
yeah.
that was
Yeah.
that.
The only time you can say there was, I mean, you could if we're talking about the Cosbys, then we can say that both Claire and Cliff were what you would call like the equals per se. But because Bill is the comedian, he had to take on more of the comedic responsibilities. But he was no dummy.
No. Well, they had I Love Everyone Hates Raymond too. That show keeps coming to mind.
Everybody, that's another good example. Because the wife, but I would also say the wife was also viewed as being mean.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's where that and King of Queens has that in common.
Well, his mom and dad. Look at his mom and dad. His mom was just overbearing, and you know, she was like babied him and stuff like that. And then his brother, was it his brother? Was the big 6-foot lug guy? You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah. I would say. I mean, that's just where TV is right now.
They weren't strong masculine men at all. They
Right. That
you know.
right because you know if we're talking an actual sitcom and comedy, the masculine man is not funny enough.
Right.
So because he's not funny enough, then we have to dumb him down.
So what was the show, The World According to what was his name? John Belushi's son, brother, James.
The World According to
Belushi?
Jim.
Yeah, that show. He's funny. I mean, he's funny, and you know, that's a role reversal too, to a degree. I mean, he's very funny, but he's very manly, you know, masculine. You know, the dumb jock kind of guy.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't know that, I know we've been on this show for a long time, but you know, there's so much things we didn't even hit. We didn't even get to the conversation of what pressures who has more societal pressure on them to succeed, men or women. We didn't even get to that conversation.
No, we didn't.
That's one of my questions.
Would it
I
be
think it's
men
about-
or women?
let's
Would
say
it
it's
be
about
men or
equal.
women?
It's who is under more pressure to meet society's expectations today, men or women?
It's equal.
Jess, you
equal
agree?
to a
You agree that
degree,
it's
but
equal?
It's
Who's
more
under more-
men. Men are more under pressure, I think.
Yeah, I would say it's equal.
Okay, Ray, do you think it's equal?
As far as pressure,
Yeah, societal pressure to succeed.
man,
Yeah, it's definitely men.
I'd say it's equal because it's different pressure. So
Okay, let's
I
go
would
through
say
it.
so.
There's
Yeah, let me.
self-inflicted pressure too. Self-inflicted
Well,
also.
So I'll say this, right? So women, this from my experience and what I've seen, they are pressured, especially if you think about history, you know, getting like if you're not married at a certain age, you're a failure. You know what I mean? If you're not married at a certain age or have kids, they look at you as a degenerate. You know, that's the pressure that women have to go through, right? And women don't have the same time window as men do. Men don't have to be successful at 21 years old, 22 years old. They can push it off until like they're 30 or 40 while they're still in their prime and still be that guy. Women, though, have like maybe 10 years from the age of 18 to 28, 29, 20, 30, 12 years to reach like, you know, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, blah, blah, blah. I have a husband that makes money. Like that's a lot of pressure within 10 years. That's like, you know, for women today, it's hard because, you know, women aren't able to get the guy that they want or whatever. And they're 31, 32, coping for why they don't have a guy. Well, for one, they put a lot of their identity in men, which is their problem. If they weren't like, if they weren't, what's the word? If they weren't
Pygmies.
seeking their validation from other guys, they'd be fine. But the problem is the societal pressure is put on them to be mature at a young age. Otherwise, if they're not mature with kids and the man, they're losers. Same thing with guys. Guys, if you don't provide for a woman or you don't have money, you're not in shape. Blah blah blah. You're a loser. So the pressure is different. That's why I say equal.
Well, girls are pressured by their parents not to get married at a young age. You got to get an education. You got to go to college. You got to work. You got to uh, make the bacon and do all that stuff too. Bring home the bacon and all the money and led to believe that that's just you know a sad pressure that they put on girls. A girl comes home and she wants to get married in her early 20s, the family is like, you're not old enough, or 18, you're not old enough, you got to go to college, you got to go to work, blah, blah, blah. And then they get, women get in their late 20s and 30s and stuff, and then they realize, do I want to have kids? So the biological clock is ticking, because then you get into serious pregnancies. The older you get, the chance of something going wrong is raises as women get older. So they delay having children, and then it's all this pressure to have kids, and that stresses their body even more. And so, there's just pressure everywhere you look.
But also, as men get older, the quality of their sperm
Well, they
decreases.
can have kids far later in life than women can.
But
Facts.
Meerkat, what I'm saying is I think people censor that to try to say men have all this abundant time, but they don't, because the quality of that sperm goes down, and
Yeah.
when the sperm is affected, it can then increase her likelihood to miscarry. It can increase her likelihood to have morning sickness. It can increase her likelihood to have a baby with developmental issues. So men do not have all this time that society told them they had, just because you can get somebody pregnant when you're 70, like that guy from UNC Charlotte. We should care about the health of the baby. And so we often say, well, women should get pregnant sooner because of the health of the baby. But that's also true for men. And so all I'm saying is,
But it's generally women. They're stamping their foot with their biological clock is ticking.
that's what men tell them, though. That's what men
but
tell
that's
them.
what the women like. They want to get married. They want to have kids. If you watch my cousin Vinny, she's stamping her foot because he hasn't proposed yet, and she said, "My biological clock is ticking."
Who wrote that scene, Meerkat?
I don't know. I don't know who wrote it. But anyway, she went, she played it. But you hear that? Well, their biological clock is ticking. They're in their 30s, 40s. They got to go to fetal medicine because of the age, and they have to watch the pregnancy and stuff like that. I don't know. I had my kids when I was young, and then one when I was 32, so everything's fine. But anyway.
But all I'm saying is we get this very not unequal, but we get a very myopic view of only one person is running out of time. And that's really all I'm saying. Both people are actively running out of time if you want a healthy pregnancy. So you being 55 and trying to have your kid at 55 is going to be very different than a 25-year-old man.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, they don't have the energy for to raise.
Just the quality of the sperm. The same way a 55-year-old woman trying to get pregnant for the first time is going to be different than a 25-year-old woman.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Hold that thought. I want to see what Jess has to say to this.
I'm not playing with you. I want my eggs cracked, meaning I want a child. I want my name dropped, meaning I want to be married. I'm not around with you. I am not your bed maiden. I am not your maid. I am not your floozy or your. You are going to have to give me something substantial, because I know I'm worth that. I'm not all there. Sometimes I have my moment, but I know one thing. I'm good to you.
Not the finger.
Sophie
I
Cunningham with
love
the
New
finger.
York. I love New York so bad. Oh my gosh.
So we blaming a man for that?
I never blame the man for anything.
Then what was your back and forth with Meerkat about?
No, her
That
point
people
was
try to
that
say only women are losing time, and that's just not true.
No, you also said because a man taught them that. A man taught Tiffany to talk like that?
Well, most definitely. It was powerful men who created a system that women are running out of time. Yeah. Women didn't create that narrative. Men did.
So you could prove
Yeah.
that the reason that Tiffany talked to that man like that was because of men. It's not because of her own age and her own coming of knowledge that she's getting older.
Where did Tiffany learn that from?
Me and you don't know.
Yes, I do.
That's why I can't say.
I do know that. I do know
That's why I can't say where she got it from.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't know where she got it from and I don't know where she got it from, then why are we automatically assuming that a man got in her head and taught her to talk like that?
I didn't say a specific man came to Tiffany's house when she was 12 and told her this. I said powerful men created a system that had a narrative that women are losing time, not that Tiffany had an individual experience with an individual man. So that's where we are, I guess, disagreeing, because the fact that multiple people on this panel said women lose time and are losing their ability to have children, healthy children as they age, but nobody talked about the fact that men also lose the ability to have healthy children as they age is the narrative I'm talking about. That was created long before any of us even existed.
Well, the narrative in science has a lot to do with the narrative too. Are we throwing science out the window?
Now, fifth.
It's a question.
What's non-science that I said about men also losing the vitality of their sperm? That's a completely scientific fact. So I'm not negating women are losing, they only have as many eggs as they're ever going to have when they're born. But it's also scientifically proven that the quality of the sperm will increase miscarriage, will increase, I think Parkinson's down the line will increase if she has morning sickness. Not Parkinson's, it's a different kind of developmental birth defect. But the health of the man's sperm is just as important, but it doesn't get highlighted because we are always saying it's only the woman who is losing time.
Because
That's what I'm saying.
Because we have more cases of older men and older women that we could take these stats from. You know, statistics are out there too that also show that men, yes, they do decrease, but you know how much sperm is in a man's count?
I'm not talking about the number of sperm he produces. I'm talking about the health of the sperm and how it affects the baby. I'm saying that. I'm not saying he has less sperm. I'm just saying the same way her eggs are becoming more.
They age.
They're aging. His sperm are also aging, which will affect the health of that pregnancy.
Well, scientifically, a man will lose his count, but we have a lot. The average man has, it's not 5 or 10 sperm cells. Okay,
it's a bazillion.
It's right, and then men still create sperm until they die of old age. But a woman, but a woman could go.
Never had a kid.
But a woman could go through menopause and finito.
Yeah,
that's not.
Robert De Niro had a kid. Robert De Niro's like 7 years old, 8 years old.
And who did he have that kid with? It wasn't nobody who was 50.
No, they were younger.
Well, that's
So that's my point. That's my point. If he had a child with
you're speaking to Beyonce's point about women having more pressure on them to have babies sooner because they're gonna run out of reproductive time before the man does.
Yeah,
that's his point. That's
why I never negated.
And Jess, he said, and his thing, Jess, he said that he believes that it's equal.
Yeah.
Me and Ray said it's not equal. So if you're gonna fight with somebody, I'm the one, or Ray the ones you're gonna fight with, because we said that it's more pressure on the men.
Who said I'm fighting?
No, I'm saying
said that there's always.
you're gonna.
But I'm not. But I'm not fighting though. I just brought up the fact that we never bring up the men because we think that just because people are having kids when they're 70, that means he has healthy sperm and that child has no birth defects. But it's proven that the quality of the sperm decreases as you age. So if you want a healthy pregnancy, and that's why we're telling, again, we want healthy babies. That's why we're forcing women to try to have babies early so they can have healthy babies. That is also going to be more unlikely as a man ages as well. That was my whole point.
Yeah, but it could still be done because okay. Mid-cat, what is the average age
hold on.
of yeah, go ahead, Beyond.
The average age so this is correct, but for that age for men's sperm to decline is between 35 and 40. So what I'm saying is that like a woman's prime years, as we all know, is 18 and 25, 26, and men's is 35 to 40.
Where are you getting this 25 from? The women can have no babies, but when they're 26,
they're in their prime.
They're more fertile.
Those years, they're more in their prime.
How are they more fertile? How are they more fertile? They have the same amount of eggs when she's 31. Not the same amount of eggs, but I'm saying like she's not becoming sicker because she's 31. It's very different having I think it's geriatric pregnancy, right? I think the age of that is 35.
That's 35 and up.
35. Yeah. So how are we saying that the prime of any woman stops at 25? That's what I'm saying.
It don't necessarily stop, but it may slow down.
We're making that up. This is what I'm saying. We're making that up.
No. Well, I don't. Beyond that, I don't. I'll let you. I won't.
You would have to look up the average age women are sent to fetal medicine doctors when they're pregnant.
Yeah, I won't argue his point. My question was going to go to what is the average age of women who are going through menopause?
It starts in the 50s. They start going through perimenopause. Some women will go through it earlier, 30s or 40s, but that's rare. It's not common. But you start in your 50s, late 50s. I've gone through menopause. I'm 64, and it just like you just stop having a menstrual cycle all of a sudden. That's how I went through. I didn't go through hot flashes and craziness and stuff like that. I may be more normal on the I don't know, but anyway, it starts in the 50s and then 60s. Yeah.
So a 42-year-old woman and a 48-year-old man could still have a healthy baby,
right?
More likely to still have a healthy child.
Yeah,
they just want to monitor her.
Now, Jess, are we talking about what can happen or what should happen? Because just because you can doesn't mean you should. So the conversation is, should a woman wait till she's 45 because she's been looking up the stats and saw that menopause starts at 50? Mm-hmm. So she like, okay, well, I'll just have my kid at 45. Should a woman?
Some people should. Some people should wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Most people should wait until they're financially stable and they have the capacity.
Okay, let's stay right there. My advice to women: before you get pregnant, you need to speak to your doctor, and that's at any age, especially if you're 45, because I'm inclined to believe that if a 45-year-old woman went to her doctor and said, "Hey, I want to have a kid," I can see that doctor saying, "All right, now you're not 25, so let's look at this very carefully." See, we don't have conversations like that with 25-year-olds who want to have kids. I ain't never heard a doctor say, "Oh, 25, oh Jesus, ooh. Man, that's a." But when she hit 45, I'm pretty sure the doctor's gonna be like, "Okay, well, what kind of prenatal care?" Because I would think the prenatal care at 45 is different for a woman at 25, right, man? Kat is the other woman on the show.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. Now, 50-year-old man wants to get a woman pregnant. His wife, let's say, he got a younger wife. Wife is like, 28. I'm pretty sure he don't Maybe if things don't go right.
That's a no-brainer. There won't be no doctor involved unless she's not getting pregnant.
Right. I mean, at most, the doctor's going to be like, "Hey, brother, are you okay downstairs, or do you need some of that pill help?"
Yeah,
I mean, because that may be the only conversation he may have with him. But if
she's not getting pregnant though, they're going to check his sperm.
Then he's going to the doctor. Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Socially,
then he's going to the doctor.
Socially, we're assuming because she's healthy, then she's going to be able to get pregnant easily. The baby's going to be healthy, and that's what I'm saying is the problem. I'm pretty sure any doctor worth the jacket that's on their freaking body would also test the health of his sperm, how fast they're swimming, if there's any genetic diseases in his sperm because he's aging. You see what I'm saying? So again, I think we're assuming there's just a big assumption that the woman is the reason why her being older is the most important factor, when it's really the both of them being age is going to hit everybody.
No, but this is what I'm saying. I know some women don't
take away from the fact that there's more pressure on women, or like there's equal amount of pressure.
Absolutely, there's more pressure on women to have babies. Absolutely, which is why it should be a coochie shrink.
So the question was not babies. The question was succeed. So if we just stick on the babies, then this conversation gets very linear. But I was talking about succeed.
Oh, success. Oh, I'm sorry. Because when I first answered it, I just thought the question was who has the most societal pressure on them.
Yes, to succeed.
Well, that would change my definition then.
that was the question. We went to babies because I know ladies, not all women, but women go to that quick. But what I'm saying is that it's to meet the expectations. And what I'm saying is that it's definitely more pressure on the men, because if a man, let me tell you something, Ray, I'm gonna get to you, Ray. Ray, at what age is a man expected to have his own apartment, place to live, and stuff like that? What do you think?
30s and 40s.
Okay. Now, how much heat do you think comes at a woman if she's in her 40s still living with her mother versus a man in his 40s still living with his mother or father?
Less.
Okay. Man, let me go ahead and hit that bomb.
Can't sex be defined differently though?
Say that one more time.
Can't success be defined differently? Like, to be honest, point, a man's success is financial speaking. A woman's success is if she can get a man before she's 23. She can have 3.5 kids by the time she's 25. So
I haven't heard that. I haven't necessarily seen that. It's get an education and get a good job. Then you get married. Then you have kids. You know, that's the kind of.
But still, Meerkat. A woman is often seen as something's wrong with her if she is 31 and unmarried, right? When a man can be 31 and unmarried because he's still getting established, he's still getting to the back.
I think at some age, if either party is not married or has not established that, by the time they're probably in their late 30s or 40s, everybody looks at, I don't care if it's man or woman, why are you still single? It can be, men are going to get that question, and so are women.
Beyonda, are you there?
That's what I think, Jess. I mean, I'm older, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You remember this is going to answer Jess's thing. You remember in real time the conversation was from Angie? You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
You remember what Angie said about the age?
I do think so. Yes.
Okay. She said by 30 that it's a red flag if a man didn't have a wife or a kid. Beyonda, you said, being funny, she talking about you, Fifth, right?
Yes.
So that happened in real time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's one person, though.
That's a microcosm that she also, and I love Angie. Shout outs to Angie if you're listening. But it is a microcosm of the society pressure that she has heard, that's why she has that opinion. That opinion didn't go into her mind when she was born. Obviously, that is something that she had learned. Say it again to Beyonda.
Echo chamber.
No, maybe she just that's her opinion about a thing from what she believes. But we know for a fact that more often the cat lady trope is pitted against women. Women being old and unmarried, not men. No, nobody's looking at, generally speaking, a man being 35, 37 in his prime making money. Nobody's like, oh, well, he's damaged goods because he's been ran through for the last 20 years of his adult life and he needs to settle down now because he's damaged goods. That's what we say to women. So
Wait.
I'm saying that.
Wait, you said making money?
Yeah.
Okay, let's slow down. What if he's not making that money?
They're still going to be talking about the money he makes.
They're going to be talking about the money that he makes.
And doesn't make at that point, yeah.
And
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I wanted to get to. Because and this is why I asked Ray, what is going to catch more heat? The man living at the house at 40 or the woman living in the house at 40?
I don't disagree with you.
Okay. So you're making a point when a man is thriving. So if the man is not thriving, does he catch heat?
Yeah. But that wasn't my point. I said the metric for success is different for men and women. A man not thriving at 40 and still living with his mama is seen differently because his metric for success is financial. And I'm saying, like, I feel like Beyonder made a point that success means different things to men versus women.
But it also speaks. But it also speaks to if he will be socially respected amongst his peers.
Okay.
So who's going to take care of these 40-year-olds when their parents are gone and they can't live with their parents anymore? They've not been prepared to live on their own. I mean, it's ridiculous. If you're not able to support yourself at 40, who's going to support you when your parents are gone? Who are you going to go live off of? I mean, come on.
The street problem. Yeah.
And well, I'm just saying, I mean, people cripple their children and allowing them to not think ahead, like not think, working towards living on your own, being able to take care of yourself. That's what makes a good couple or good married couple is two people who've been able to take care of themselves, coming together and having respect for each other because they've been there, they know how to pay their bills. They want to pay their bills. That sort of thing.
Can I just say, I would not mind a man who's 40 and living at home if he had $100,000 saved. Like,
there you go.
He wasn't taught to do that.
There goes that if.
Well, because it's important. If he's not, because I think there's a very different kind of man who's being coddled by his parents, like you're saying, Meerkat, and he's more of a liability in a relationship. I agree with you. I'm saying there is another kind of man who just lives at home because he believes, why do I need to leave? I'm waiting to build this nest egg, so when I get married, I move into my marital home. There's no reason for me to move out.
Yeah,
I can see the wisdom in that if he's washing his own dishes, if he's washing his own clothes, if he's paying the light bill, and if he's also saving as a nest egg, and his parents are not providing for him like that. I think there's a different kind of guy than the guy who's being coddled by his parents.
I don't see that legitimately happen. The mom's going to be washing his clothes. They're going to be cooking for him. He's not going to have to do those things for himself.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Well, I would say this. Most oftentimes, the two ages that I gave, both the men and the women are basically independent outside of the fact that they don't have their own place. But in terms of doing their own laundry, washing their own clothes, and clean up after themselves, they better be doing that if they still living at home. But what I'm saying is what's more socially acceptable. Jess made an example. And that was way too easy. She said, if he had 6 figures. Now, I just said when the man is thriving, that he is perceived differently when he's not thriving. And she just walked right into that. But if a woman doesn't, hold on. But if a woman doesn't have 6 figures She is not thrown to the pigs in the same manner that the man is if he don't have that, if she's still living with her parents. As long as she's not, as long as she's not crazy. If she's not crazy, there is a man out here who will save that 40-year-old woman who is probably, especially if she look good, he will rescue her from her parents' house. Am I lying?
Nope.
I don't agree with you.
Of course you don't, because you're the contrarian. You're
No,
just,
I'm not.
You're
I'm
just
not
the
saying.
contrarian.
No, Fib. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's not a man out there who wouldn't want to be a Captain Save a HOE, right? But there's a woman out there who would also want to save that man. I don't think the same. I do think at a certain age, everybody would look at a person who's staying with their elderly parents who can't do anything and be like, what you doing? Like you that down bad in your life. I have seen it in my own like mother's friend groups. You know, people be like, "You 58? Why you need to put someone on Afterpay? Like you should be more economically advanced at this point." I've heard older women say that to women. So while I do think generally a man's like motion is very important in society, which is why again this man doesn't have to be making 6 figures every year. He just has to be saving up a substantial amount of money, which is proving that he's not a leech. That's really all I meant. He just has to prove he's not been a leech as long as he's been at the house. And if he can do that, that's a man.
Yeah, but we all know that in the dating market, you I'm sure you would agree that his likelihood of having more chances of said women is if he had his own spot, right?
Sure, yeah, sure.
Okay, because Jess, not that I'm putting it, I won't use that example no more. Forget it. But let a woman, I'll just say let a woman who looks like you live with her mother. I don't think that's going to hurt her chances of getting a man.
No.
Okay? But let that man, I'm just saying I'm just telling you what the dating market is telling me. Because the dating market is telling me that man who is more of a viable candidate when he doesn't have that going on in his life. That's what the dating market is telling me.
I understand.
So yes, there is pressure on, and let me tell you something, everyone, and Meerkat, check this out. It's not even so much that he got to have a job. It's also down to the income and also the type of job. Let me tell you something. I'm from New York, right? Y'all know that, right?
Yeah.
City sanitation pays pretty well. But let you tell a woman you throw out the trash, she gonna be like, you tell her what the money is, she'll be like, okay. And then you tell her, oh, but I throw out the garbage. So the money, she was okay with the money, right? But as soon as she heard that you got a quote unquote, because they call those dirty jobs, anything that involves you cleaning things or whatever, they call it a dirty job. It's now that it's a dirty job, you're being looked at very differently. So what she's going to do is trying to find that same man with that same number of income, just doing a different line of work. Because it just sounds better. But the man who got to clean out the sewage hole, oh no, you don't want to date that man, because when she's amongst her girlies, she's like, what your man do? Or he worked for Merrill Lynch. Well, what your man do? Or he a doctor. Okay, but what your man do? Oh, he cleans sewage.
Well, the plumber does that too, and they make a lot of money. So
right, but Meerkat, these women, you got to give women the game. Women don't want plumbers, but I'm telling ladies, get
women down
with the
here,
plumbers.
the South, South. Yeah, we appreciate plumbers. We appreciate those blue collar,
appreciate blue collar people. What are we talking
blue collar people?
Well, the blue collar culture,
Not that they're
yes,
any better or any less than white collar, Merrill Lynch people, but that is more prevalent, I would think, in New York than it is down here in
right.
South.
I think the blue collar culture is way different from the white collar culture, and it's different depending on where you're from and where you make up at.
Well, that's who the white collar people call when they need something fixed at their house or something built. They love the blue collar people,
There you go.
When their plumbing's backed up, let plumbing get backed up, in your house. how fast they calling somebody to come to or their AC goes out, you know. So
And those
No,
women are just focused on image, and I feel like those are not the kind of women you want to be
they're
with
yeah. A
anyway.
woman of
They're
substance is going to
flighty.
appreciate. They're going to get to know that man, you know.
Yeah, they're superficial. So I would think that a man who has any common sense would be like disgusted by a woman who would be disgusted at his line of work.
And that's a learned behavior from their parents.
Or TikTok. Yeah.
Attitude. Well, yeah,
you're
but it
right.
starts at home. It starts at
Yeah.
home, you know. Or mom didn't respect dad's work, and so that got passed down to the daughter or the son, you know.
And sometimes I feel like parents just leave a gap. So it's like they didn't teach their child one way or the other, but because there was a gap, it was able to be filled with another person's opinion about the thing.
Usually that's what happens.
Let me ask you a question, and I need to get Beyonce's attention because it's 11 o'clock over there on the East Coast. Is there a social name social privileges between men and women that you could eliminate if you could today?
Social privileges?
Yeah, any I'm sorry, social double standards. Better worded.
I would
Name any social double standards that you could get rid of today.
if I could, Fifth,
Yeah.
I'd go back in time and I would essentially eradicate Me Too.
Oh my gosh.
I would.
Oh my god.
I'd eradicate it.
Ouch.
Yeah,
I don't think. I think the
I can't help
foundation.
you there, man. Let me go
I
on
think
mute.
no. Hold on. You have to listen to me. Hear me out. I think the foundation of it was good, but the fact that other women profited on it and kind of like ruined the rap for other women, kind of like the whole notion of believe all women thing, stemmed from that, and now no one does anymore. So it kind of like messed up average women of, like your regular women you see out in public. Everyone their credibility because the women who were in the camera for Me Too movement, they profited off of it and they're caught lying. So I'll get rid of it for that reason, or I'll just expose the liars and then keep the movement as long as I was helping women actually like come forward with the accusations, assuming that they're true.
Right.
That's what I would do.
Right.
Anybody else want to take a crack at it?
Well, what I think is the Me Too movement lost a lot of respect when they refused to defend the girls that were having to put up with boys being stuck in their dressing rooms. You know, develop boys, men, and taking over their sport. Nobody in the Me Too movement or whatever has ever defended those girls. They were okay with it. They're totally okay with it. And I don't understand that. You know, girls are having to look at naked boys parading around in the dressing room, and them doing god awful stuff in front of the girls because they had the right to be in there. It's ridiculous. Where are the Me Too women? They're silent because it didn't make them no money. I agree with Beyonder. I mean, there was a place for that, Jess, but it went way downhill when it comes to these young girls, and that their rights were totally taken away from them. Young girl in high school, younger than that, rights were taken away from them. That the Me Too throwing a fit and the feminists throwing a fit about women's rights. The only time women's rights were front and center is when the abortion issue comes up. Then they run out like whatever, and they're gonna holler, but you let these high school girls, innocent girls, who have had their innocence stolen because of that, and then men can go and it's just that just to me was just it really showed their true colors, and they're ugly.
Meerkat, what
I'm
would the
sorry.
Me Too movement have to do with the fact that a high school allowed men or the boys and the girls to share a locker room space? What would the Me Too movement have to
Because
do with
they're
that?
infringing on women's rights. They're all about women's rights, right?
No, it's not.
It's not
No.
what it was about. It was not about women's rights. It
The
wasn't
Me Too
about
movement
women
was
with
about
silence.
protecting sexual assault victims. What would that
Well,
have to
they,
do?
girls having young girls who've, has been protected until they went to school. That's sexual assault. You
How
got
is
to
that
see
sexual assault like that?
because a naked boy is standing in front of them, taking showers with them. That can be seen as sexual assault. They're whatever. They're being exposed to that.
Me and Ken, I would say by definition that's sexual indecency and indecent exposure, but you're right if it puts them at the risk of sexual assault. Yes,
And
because if
they've been
they,
assaulted.
yeah, because I'm gonna just say this right, and I don't mean to get too graphic. I don't mean to get too graphic, but if there's co-ed showers and I'm in there butt naked and she in there butt naked. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to do something to her, but the way my body works, she going to see something.
You're going to see a heart on, right?
Okay.
If she's looking.
No,
Well,
she
you
don't
can't
got
help but not
Jess,
see. You can't
Jess,
help but not see that.
she
Over
said,
18 is
Mind
one
your
thing.
business.
Over 18 is one thing. I'm talking about 14-year-olds,
But Meerkat,
12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. I'm not talking about overage.
Meerkat, what case are you talking about? Because I'm still trying to find this case where young boys and young girls were forced to share a locker room space. Where
You
did
have not the Lake and Riley, they were in college, and they had boys forced to be on their swim team before that. And then you have high school girls coming forward because boys were allowed to be on their to invade their sport, basically.
But
You
that
don't
has
see
nothing to do with Me Too. And so that's what I'm saying. We're conflating the whole transgender issue and men being allowed in women's sports, right? Because we say that shouldn't happen. That's very different than the Me Too movement, which is about protecting the rights of women who have been sexual assault victims. The Me Too movement would not come in and try to be pro or anti-trans, transgender.
I'm not talking about trans. I'm talking about, that being pushed on girls.
But what we're talking about biological boys joining women's sports, right?
Yeah, and they should not.
So that's what I'm saying. That has nothing to do with the Me Too movement. That's a completely different issue. So we shouldn't villainize the Me Too movement that it didn't come to the rescue of the girls in that scenario. The Me Too movement had nothing to do with that. If anything, the Me Too movement has been a highlight of how the level of power has been affecting not only Hollywood, but just women in general, where they just don't feel they have the right to say this happened to me because their boss is a man and he's the boss and he will get them fired.
You have a traumatized young girl that came home from school one day. Mama, this boy came in our dressing room and he was naked, and she's not traumatized.
I'm trying to find this story you're bringing up. But if there was a co-ed sharing space and they knew that, no, I would say it's not called traumatizing. If she did not know and they just changed this policy during the middle of the day and this boy walked in with his thing out, yeah, I would say that was the wrong way to handle that. And I can see why she was offended. Yes. But because I can't find this case, I have no idea what the details were.
Google high school girls having boys in their dressing rooms.
I said high school girls that were forced to share space with boys case, and I just can't find nothing.
Well, okay, no, I think I get the point that Meerkat is making. So you're just talking about the selectiveness, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
If you can advocate for one, you should advocate for the other.
Exactly.
Okay, I get that. I get that because, but I guess where I was kind of going with the question is, are there any double standards?
To me, that's a double standard.
But how?
Okay, but
are they parading naked girls in the boys' locker room? No, because girls are not trying to go get into their sport.
But these people.
Meerkat, I would hold on one second, Jess.
Come on.
Let me talk to Meerkat real quick. Meerkat, I would say that's a different conversation.
Okay, maybe so.
And let me tell you why. Because right now there are two basketball players right now. One his name is Royce, former NBA players. One, his name is Royce White, and another former NBA player by the name of Enes Kanter. And they said, well, since y'all want to do this male-female thing, then we want to play in the WNBA. Once that got said, the very women who told men back away from talking about those people because we're allies with them. Now, when they said, okay, well, we want to play in the WNBA, then it's, oh, no, y'all can't come over here because, you know, y'all going to be too physical with us. Y'all going to harm us on the court. And then those men said, oh, no, because you said that you wanted us to mind our business. But now we've mind our business to the point where we overmind our business, and now men want to get in your sport. So now we want in too. Says you want to make the argument, and then now the same women who were advocating for that crowd are now saying no now. And this is what happens when you let the door open by a crack.
Yeah, somebody's gonna stick their foot in it and their body.
You let the door open by a crack, a roach comes in.
Right.
A bigger crack, a raccoon comes in. A bigger crack, a whole freaking bear comes in. Here comes the bear.
Now, Fifth, were those actual transgender women that were trying to join those women's teams, or was it men trying to show that there's this double standard?
They're identifying as T-men.
Did they really?
Yeah.
These were actual basketball players who identified as transgender women.
Royce White.
No, I'm saying the opposite. When the men tried to join the WNBA, were those actual men who then who came out and identified as transgender women and wanted to join, or were there men who were upset about the transgender men trying to join the NBA? So then they were like, okay, well, let me just do it too. But they never had any lifestyle of being transgender until that moment, because that's very different than somebody reacting to the women trying to join the NBA versus I'm also a transgender person and I want to join the WNBA and they're X'd out. And I don't think that's what happened.
Well, the men, and I could explain it, but this may take maybe 4 minutes. Well, it'll be less than 4 minutes. The women who were advocating for rainbow, men were warning them, if you advocate for this, A, B, and C is going to happen. And it's happening because it happened on the swim team. Who's that swimmer? But he blew him out the water, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's identifying as a T-man, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm saying T-man for the algorithm. Okay. Yeah. So, once the sports betting increased, a lot of people was like, well, shoot, we're going to bet on the T-man because he's a man. Right. And he's outperforming the women in their sport. Also, there was an MMA fighter who almost killed a T-man, by the way, almost deleted a woman in the ring.
Yeah, he was bad. He was bad.
He was the worst before he identified as a T-man. He was the worst. He had a losing record in the MMA with the men. Went over to the women's side, beat the living daylights out of a woman, hospitalized her. And the men said, "We tried to warn you." And then Mr. What's his name? Mr. Caitlin J becomes a T-man in the same year, wins Women of the Athlete of the Year in the same year, when that should have went to Serena Williams. And they threatened Serena Williams, don't you say nothing, we'll cancel you. She had to hold her tongue.
That's pathetic.
So what we're saying is, we were the men trying to protect the women, right? And then they told us no. So then we mind our business. So then now the women are now saying, you know what? We may have overdid it. Because now it's on the middle school level. It's on the high school level. You know what I'm saying? It's on the amateur level. And now they're saying, okay, cool. Well, if that's the case, let's get up in that WNBA. Yeah, you could say that's a form of protest to prove a point that when you let one in, you let in more. I get that. That could be that. But the whole point is men were told, stay out of the conversation. And so the men were out of the conversation so long that now you got this thing that could happen or may not happen. The WNBA would have to come out and say, no, Royce White and Enes Kanter are not eligible for the WNBA as a sign-on or drafting. And then if they wanted to push it even further, then they could take it to court. I'm saying, is this how far we want to go?
Apparently, yes.
Well, Caitlyn Jenner won Woman of the Year. It wasn't for like athleticism. And that's the one people said that, well, Serena Williams could have won that for her high achievements. But they gave it to Caitlyn because of, I guess, the pride of and the courage it took to do what Caitlyn did in that year. But that's very different than saying Caitlyn won Woman of the Year over Serena. I think that was conflating the SB thing with the glamour thing, which is the Woman of the Year thing, which is debated. But then the Royce guy, like you said, it was just a protest against what people were talking about, which is to me very different than somebody who identifies as a transgender woman trying to be in the WNBA. That's not what happened. So if
no, it hasn't.
Woman, but I'm saying
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if the transgender woman was denied because of what you said, oh, they could beat us up, they're too aggressive because they're biologically a man, then I could understand your point. But those guys, Royce and everything, were biological men, cisgender men, identified as men, and they just wanted to show that they protested against people joining the NBA, which I feel like is very different.
Well, that's still not done. We don't know how far they're going to take this because from what the rainbow community has told people, I probably can't even say rainbow, the elemental P's.
Oh my gosh. Man.
I have to say it for the algorithm. This is YouTube. The elemental P's basically said that all you got to do is just say you identify as a T-man. It's that simple. Where did I hear that? From them.
Who is them?
From them.
It's a movement.
From that community who have been protesting and because there have been plenty of them in these movements that have been actually discriminated by their own, and they were telling them, no, we're in this together. I'm saying this movement is all over the place because it has no freaking leader. And this is why you have so many people. This is why it's all over the place. No, that's the truth. It's out of hand. Listen, there's a man by the name of Michael Sam. He was a football player, right? Is it Michael Sam? Somebody in the comments may help me. He went to Mizzou College. He came out as a elemental P, right? And he said that he experienced more discrimination at some point of his life because they backed him at first. But when he got further in that movement, he said that they discriminated against him heavy. So even he received that
from his own community,
from the elemental P community.
What did they discriminate against? Like his race?
He said that he experienced discrimination he said the race part, and then he said something else. And he said that he He had a lot of discrimination towards him. He said they backed him in the beginning. There's a story on this. They backed him in the beginning, and then he talked about his experience, right? So the point that I'm bringing up is that even within that community, you have men and women who want to identify however they want, and they're telling them, oh no, how do you get to determine that? Because if I want to identify as that, I want to identify as that. Even in certain workplaces, if a man or woman or whatever biological you want to say says, I identify as this, do you know in that situation they want to be treated as such? Now, the whole bathroom thing is all over the place, right? I get it, right? But here's where the men stepped in. The men said, yeah, you can try if you want. But if you go up in that bathroom and my wife is in there, you're going to have to deal with me. And then we'll just give you street justice.
So stupid. Because as far as I know, right, it's the cisgendered men who are committing a lot of violent crimes against children, right? You're more than likely to experience a sexual assault crime with a heterosexual man than you are with a T-man. But that's the narrative, is that, oh, these T-mans will come into the bathrooms and start raping children. No, the pastors are. No, the priests are. The regular people every day, the cops, regular everyday people are the ones doing the aggressive things. But T people are the scapegoats for sexual immorality in the world. That's my issue. Okay.
So
but I know there's a difference.
Yeah, what are we defending here?
I'm defending the fact that people use the the
elemental P's.
Okay, I can't say the other thing.
No.
Can I say alphabet?
Maybe.
Okay.
Say alphabet soup.
The alphabet soup, and making them the scapegoat for all of our societal woes, when really we see a lot of the violence against children, a lot of the neglect against children is from heterosexual people, especially heterosexual men. And that's my biggest problem. So let's just address the fact that, again, we don't believe that you can be a T person, but don't say T people are going to be raping children. And that's the reason why they shouldn't share bathrooms, because we know by percentage, it's heterosexual men who rape more kids.
So let me make this clear so that my job doesn't fire me. So I'm not making a claim that T people are the boogeyman. I'm not saying that. I'm speaking to Meerkat's point about the protesting part, and what I said to her earlier is that that's a different conversation, and within that being a different conversation, you have the envelope being pushed now, even more so now, because like I said to Meerkat, you let the door open a crack. And then the door gets wider and wider and wider.
Especially with this issue.
Right, exactly. So that's all I'm saying. That's where it gets a little wonky. Let me close out the show. Shout outs to Beyonder. This was his topic. Not mine. I was quiet in the beginning until people dropped off. I said I was gonna be quiet, but I can't when people leave. So
you did your thing, Fifth.
Yeah, so we're gonna get to our final questions. I like to do the final 10, the quick answers, and this is gonna summarize the show. Too bad I didn't get to all the other questions I had, but it was enough. I felt like the point was made. So, all right. So this is for everyone to answer, right? This is you could say men, women, equal, or well, if you say depends, then you'll depends everything. Let me just try to answer it. So men, women, or equal, but if it's a depends, it's okay. So who receives more public sympathy? Men, women, or equal?
Women.
Okay, women receive more public sympathy. That's Ray's answer. Anyone else?
Probably women.
Okay, what do you think, Jess?
Both.
So you think it's 50-50?
Yeah, depending on the issue. Yeah.
So it's 50-50 with the depends.
Like, yeah, depending on the issue. Yeah.
Okay. Second one. Who gets judged more harshly? Oh, let me answer it. I think it's women. Who gets judged more harshly for making mistakes? My answer might surprise y'all.
You would the first thing that comes to mind is men.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Both, because women are like, oh, you should have known at 18 you're supposed to be a wife at 23, and you don't wasted all your 20s on this buster, man. You need to pick better. So I would say both.
What do you think, Ray?
Even I have to agree with Jess, both.
Yeah, mine is actually equal as well. Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna say that. Who's expected to sacrifice more in relationships?
Men.
Well,
no. Jess, you said men.
Because I think in dating, men are expected to sacrifice more. In marriage, women are expected to sacrifice more.
I've seen the opposite. So yeah.
like what, Meerkat? A woman's life will drastically change in marriage. A man generally will not.
Not necessarily.
You speaking from experience? Because I can.
I'm
Speak on it, Ray.
you.
Because what I'm saying is, you will already be working that job. You will already be trying to grow your career. You will already be trying to entertain women or have romantic relationships. You being married does not stop anything you're doing. You're not the one who's told to quit your job so you can be a primary caretaker to the children. You're not the one who's told to have more babies before your
women are pushed more to work, even having kids. There's men with the attitude their wife's going to work. They're not going to sit home.
But Meerkat, they don't working though.
Even if they're not working, even if they're already working, they want them to stay home with the kid. They don't want them to stay home with the kids. They want them to stay working.
But Meerkat, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying when two able-bodied people, you're gonna usually meet a woman who's working, right? Most women are not staying home until they're 35 or 30, and then getting married. So what I'm saying is, she is the one who's expected to make the most life changes in marriage, because the man is still going to be working his job, still going to be building his career, still going to be doing what he believes men should do. She's the one who has to either stop working to caretake for the children. She's the one who has to be more flexible for his schedule now that they're married. I'm just saying, generally, women's life will change more drastically than the man's life in marriage. But men,
because they want to have kids. Yeah, they want to have kids. So yeah, it's a sacrifice.
So that's what I'm saying. But in dating, men are expected to do more in dating to show their commitment. But in marriage, women are expected to sacrifice more.
Well, the very thing that you touched
it's
on,
a willing sacrifice, though. It's not
always
gun to your head sacrifice.
Sometimes.
Well, the common complaint is that women saying they don't want to work anymore. I mean, y'all got to pick a struggle. Do you want to work or do you want to stay home?
Exactly. I've worked with plenty of women that had little kids at home, and I don't want to be home. I'd be bored. It's like, and I'm like, what the? I want to go pop them upside the head. Excuse me.
Yeah. Why can't they want a career outside of their children?
My job consists of, and let me
get
back to
They don't want to raise the kids. They don't want to be home with the kids. Sorry, Fred.
Why is that bad?
No, it's okay. I'm just making a point.
They see no value in staying home raising kids. They see no value in it, so they don't want to go. They want to go to work.
Why can't the men stay home then?
They can, and there's some men that do. I have a friend. He stayed home to raise the kids. She made more money because she was a nurse, so he stayed home and raised the kids. She worked. I've seen nurses that do that.
You could end up with a woman like Gabrielle Union, who said because she paid all the bills that she deserved to cheat.
That's messed up.
Did she say that, Fib?
Yes, she did.
Fib.
Look it up.
She did not. She said Dwayne made more money.
No, her first marriage. She was married before, ma'am.
Oh, she was?
Yeah, there you go. Wow. Now I'm gonna go ahead and continue.
Go ahead.
Who benefits more from social acceptance? Men, women, or equal?
I think it's equal.
Social acceptance in what regard?
Just name it.
Any regard.
Any
probably.
regard.
Like a person gets accepted by society more often.
I mean, that's what social acceptance would mean. Who benefits more from the social acceptance?
Don't do
Anything that is socially accepted, even if it's on a biased level, who benefits more from it? Men, women, or is it equal?
I say equal.
I think usually women could get away with, being homo or being alphabet soup, doing certain things that.
Okay, so if we weigh them both out, whatever the social acceptances are, you believe women benefit more from that on that side?
Yeah. Like women get lighter sentences in courts and stuff like that. I do think, yeah.
Ooh, man, I wish you would have admitted that when KJ and Beyonce was up here. They would have had a field day.
Because they're one-track minded. I can't stand that. Except
Okay.
Beyonce. Beyonce can have some reason. But KJ was tripping tonight. KJ need a time to go visit.
I think it's women, but it's like there's some it's like
It depends on what it is.
it's I think it's women, but I think the percentage is like not like so drastic, you know? I think it's like, 55%, 45%. You know what I mean?
Oh.
I don't think it's like 90 to 20 on that one. Because it depends on what it is.
Can you name something that you think men get accepted for more?
Yeah, running through a lot of women and still getting the woman of their dreams.
Period.
Versus a woman being ran through like a dang old,
Buick.
Like a porcupine.
Baseball catcher's mitt.
Oh my gosh. That's the visual. That's crazy.
A porcupine.
So, catcher's mitt catch a lot of balls.
Take a lot of hits.
Okay. So well, okay. Who has more freedom? Ooh, I know the answer to that. Who has more freedom to express emotions? Women. Come on, Jess. I'm counting on you.
No, let me think.
It take you that long to think about that?
Yeah, because I think men are allowed to express themselves a lot.
Was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this.
I'm gonna say both.
Okay, Fit. Go to the next question, Fit. Just keep going.
How wrong?
Because men will terrorize the whole city when their team loses, right? Y'all are able to show that. You do it all the time.
So we don't have the capacity.
I mean, look at T Rump. He able to pew pew a whole group of people. Say I'm gonna obliterate a whole civilization of people. And people are like, that's so masculine. That's so masculine. So yeah, I think both people are allowed to express themselves emotionally, both men and women.
That's not even all right. Anyway, who faces more pressure? Okay, that was okay. Do a quick answer. Who faces more pressure to succeed? Men, women, or equal?
Men.
Yeah, I say men.
Equal.
Probably men.
Okay. Who receives more second chances? Men, women, or equal?
Women.
Equal.
Yeah, I say women. What do you think, Jess?
Women.
Man, let me go ahead
That's
and
a lot of men that get second chances from women.
let me go ahead and
I'm thinking like when a pastor falls from grace, I mean, maybe he gets a second chance with a different congregation, maybe. But
I didn't expect.
I think men have a higher fall from grace.
I did not expect the resident feminist to say that, but I apologize.
Because feminists actually care about men too. If y'all read Bell Hooks, she talks about that in her book.
Oh Lord. Anyway, who has more unwritten social advantages? That's a tough one.
Men.
That's a tough one.
That would depend. It depends.
Unwritten.
Yeah, unwritten. Yeah.
Like unspoken expectations.
You made these up, Finn?
Yes and no.
Period.
I had a little help.
Period. I just think things are assumed about men a lot, and that's why I feel like they're unspoken.
I mean,
Like,
play
we
his
should,
game.
like when we talk about the whole like friend thing and how y'all were getting on my neck about how a woman should just know that it's disrespectful for her to have a male friend and for her to go to the male friend first when she got a man and everything. I do think sometimes like the nuances of these relationships are quite unspoken for men because there's a privilege there that men get that women often don't get.
Well, if you want a male's point of view, go to a male friend. You know, if you want a
Yeah.
man's point of view, if you want a women's point of view, go to your women friends. But sometimes you need a male's point of view when you're having a relationship issue, not to get sympathy or anything. It's to try to understand what your partner's going through and how you may have misunderstood something. Not that you're going to put your business out in the street, but if you've got a brother or dad or somebody, or
Yeah.
even a male friend that can share a male perspective, that's a good thing.
Yeah. But I think the partner should know like that you're going to people about them. I think that's the one
Well,
thing.
yeah, I would think so. I would think so. After the fact, maybe.
Yeah. That's the one thing I can understand about what Fifth and KJ said. Like it should be transparent. Not that
Especially when you're having communication styles, you know.
Mhm.
I've been looking a lot about Virgo qualities and stuff like that, the differences between Virgos, and I'm a Virgo and Michael's a Sagittarius. So Sagittarius are like free spirited and, you know, on the fly or whatever. Virgos are very detail oriented, organized, and, you know, they like to have a plan. And I'm the same way. So
Meerkat.
we balance each other out.
I do want to say that Beyonce and Jay-Z are, Virgos and Sagittarius. So.
Yeah, well, Michael and I are Virgo and Sagittarius. So.
Well, I think it's more so that the fact that both of them are Masons is the reason why they're together. But
Oh
anyway,
my gosh.
I didn't know that, but I would think that. Yeah, I can see how that would happen. Because really rich people, if you start dating somebody that's a blue collar worker, they don't like that. They frown on that big time.
Let me tell you how. Okay, let me wait a second. So
They make movies about that too. So yeah.
Yeah, who has more unwritten social advantages? Who answered that?
Jessica.
And you said what?
Menzies.
Okay, what do you think, Ray?
I say it depends. So I guess I could say both.
Okay, what do you think, Meerkat?
Both.
Both.
Yeah. Depends on the audience.
Unwritten. I would say men, but not all men benefit from that. I think there's a deeper aspect to which pocket of men would benefit more from that. So, but it maybe could be men. I don't know. Which gender's problems are taken more seriously by society?
Probably women.
Women.
What do you think, Jess?
Women.
Yeah. Overall, is society becoming more equal, more divided, or simply changing who benefits more?
Changing.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. Definitely changing.
It's hard. If it changes, it's heels dug in change.
Yeah.
What does that mean, Meerkat?
Well, if people are trying to get society to have a different opinion, the ones that they got their heels dug in, they're not going to change. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Heels dug in change, and then it takes a while to wear them down, you know, and eventually they will be more respectful and let people be who they are, you know. Nobody wants anything shoved down their throat. And, you know, people get things shoved down their throat, and then you want to be mad at them because they don't, you know, they get mad about it. But it's like, I don't want nothing shoved down my throat. You don't want nothing shoved down your throat. None of y'all wants anything shoved down your throat, especially opinions. So I think when they say change, with their heels dug in, I think society is changing, but on one aspect it's more divided, to a degree, and then aspect it's not. I mean, it's just whoever you're talking to, I guess. The demographics has a lot to do with it.
What were the options again, Fifth?
Men, women, or both? No.
Is it more equal, more divided, or simply changing who benefits?
Okay, that's right.
I would say more equal to an extent, and then my answer flips. So let me just say,
Yeah, because a feminist could never say that.
that's a lie. That's an absolute lie. Feminists want equality.
Yeah, but y'all want it, but what y'all really want is equity, but y'all don't want equality. That's different.
No, but we do though. I want the opportunity to do the same thing you do. That's equality. And then there's equity. I want to be able to give in the benefits you also got.
Until it's time to pay for something, then you don't want to be equal anymore.
Lie again, Fifth. Lie again.
No, for real. Because
What
many
do men do that women can't do? I mean, literally, you could go apply for a job doing anything. So women have all the rights to do all those things. You could go apply to be a whatever.
Well, before
Well, again, being picked for the thing, again, there's social misogyny, there's social prejudices that will stop women from being marketed to. So just because I have the opportunity to go and find this application, it took a man 3 steps and it took me 15. So what I'm saying is there's still a level of discrimination, whether it's race, gender, your ability, right? If you have able-bodied legs or not, people are still being discriminated against in that. So it's not particularly equal in that sense.
Yeah,
but I know that calls for equity. That calls for being able to set up a system that can accommodate multiple different people. But if you have the same skill sets, y'all go to the same college. I saw this when I worked for a construction company. They would always go market at the clubs that would have mostly men. So of course, the people who are coming in to interview are mostly men. Even though they could go market at the schools where there's mostly women, they don't do that.
Well, the one thing that I hear never brought up is the fireman's dead weight test. That test had to be changed so women could become firefighters.
Dead weight test. What is that?
Look it
Did
up.
they change in the military the length that they would have to run? It used to be the speed you would run through a mile or 2 or 3 miles, and it was lowered so that women could compete. Also, wasn't that an issue a while back?
I don't know that for military, but I know for the fire department, there are things that the men always had to do.
Yeah.
And then when women were coming in, they couldn't pass it. So they was like, okay, well, we're going to have to kind of do something so that women could pass this test. And then so the rules stayed the same for the men because the men were capable of doing it. Right. But the women, they had to kind of, so that would be
equity.
Yeah. So I think feminists really want more so equity than equality. That's the argument that I'm making, is that it's really not equality, it's really equity.
Yeah.
No,
I understood your point. I was just trying to say that I do believe it's both. The opportunity to do the same things and also the accommodations.
Well, I said until it's time to pay for something. Because all these feminists out here who are independent and doing their own thing still want that man to make more money than them and pay all the bills.
Where you see that at? Where you see that at? Please show me a group of feminists.
Jess, I know you haven't lately, but you have seen that on my TikTok panels. That's one example. And then also you have all of these, whether it's songs, whether it's movies, whether it's social media, whether it's all these editorial books that are being written, women's platforms, such as KJ brought up as good examples, The View, The Talk, The Real. These women, career women, by the way, still want that man to have more money than them and pay all the bills, while at the same time simultaneously saying that they are not earning the same as them. So I'm just trying to figure out which struggle these women want. Do you want us to make more money? Do you want us to pay all the bills? Or do you want to make the same money? It's like, now that you make the same money, the money that we make is no longer good enough because it's not more than what you got. But didn't you fight to make sure that you were making what we were making? And then so now you want us to make more on the same job? Well, the only way we could do that is to promote. Okay? So then we promote. We do that. Then you promote. Now we're back to making the same money again. Now,
no feminists have said this. Like all these songs you're making up. Please show me where Carisha has claimed to be a feminist. Please show me where The View has claimed to be a feminist show.
Well, Carisha has never touted the feminist part. So that's what I'm saying is a lot of feminists. Well, maybe they're not real feminists, and I'll agree with you there, Jess. These are pretendinists. So there's a lot of pretendinists, right?
Name one.
You know, there's a lot of Amber Rose. I think she switched, but she was definitely a pretendinist.
Ain't she like Muslim?
Right? I don't know what she is. She bald. That's all I know.
She bald. But that's what I'm saying. This whole feminist thing, like feminists, people who actually believe in feminism and they don't just use the label to get clicks, believe that the patriarchy also hurts men. They don't want men to be caged by gender roles either. The whole point is that the rigidity of the gender role is oppressive to the human experience.
So, as the resident feminist on this panel, are you willing? What percentage of the bills are you willing to contribute to pay with your husband?
Ideally, 50-50, but if he lost his job, I'll pay 100% of it.
For how long?
Until he got a job.
How long is that?
It could be years.
Yeah. Let's see if you bout it.
He's my husband who is trying to be unemployed for years, or a system that allows for him to get fired because they're trying to remove his job with AI. You know, that's a very different kind of man. A person who wants to be lazy and his opportunities are being taken from him.
But you
gotta change careers.
Even
gotta change careers. Yeah, nobody.
You don't have to change careers. You have to go to more service-oriented jobs, right?
Yeah. And I'm not trying to have no children, so it's
but you married him, even though I knew back.
Well, he can stay home and raise the kids, you know, and save on daycare. Save on daycare.
No, they're gonna be like, he wasn't man enough for me.
I think that's why people should be on a coochie straight. Because if you can't afford your husband and 3 kids, you should
go with this. Stay out these people's bedroom, Jess. Dang.
No, I won't. Because they're the problems.
All right. Hey, any final thoughts? hey, Ray, let me get your final thoughts, brother. on today's episode. I know it was a lot.
I'm surprised I lasted this long. I know,
right? I'm shocked.
My final thoughts is the double standard has been going on for a long time. It's just because of social media and the way technology is. You know, it's we have access to it. We see more, things are emphasized more. And I just think that when it comes down to it, we have to be real about what we want and what we will allow to be incorporated into our lives, despite the narratives that are put out there. whether it benefits us or not. Because even though we have the double standards that may benefit us and those that go against us, we control the narrative of what we're allowed to what we're allowed to have dictated to us and live by.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Meerkat, what do you
Yes.
think today's episode? A lot was going on today.
Yeah, that's a lot.
What's your final thought? Shout outs to Beyonda. This is his topic. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Meerkat.
People have time for what they make time for. Also, you should never let double standard, prejudice, whatever stop you from accomplishing whatever it is you want to accomplish. And you're the only one that can control your reaction. I can't do something to you and make you react a certain way. We choose our reaction. Now, people can put you in a situation to where you feel like you had no choice, but you have a choice. You always have a choice in whatever the situation is. But I really don't think we should let these double standards, whatever, stop us from doing whatever we want to do. There's a multitude of ways. We've been taught that. There's plenty of classes you can take or whatever to teach you what you don't know. I mean, there's so many YouTube videos to teach you something. If you want to know how to fix something, go on YouTube. It's there. If you want to educate yourself on relationship issues, you can go to YouTube. It's on there. Finance, whatever, medical, whatever. It's going to be on. You will be able to find it. There's a multitude of information on social media. It has a good side and a bad side. It's where it's good, it's bad. So that's just my thinking.
So my final thought is going to be pretty short. There are double standards that are social. My position on it wasn't so much to fight it or combat and say that everything should level out from a social standpoint. Now, once we start talking about law and order, that's where things change.
Yeah.
I don't think you should be getting more years in prison because you're a man, and because it's a woman that she's going to get less years because she's a woman. I don't, that's not right. If we're talking anything in terms of like law and from a civil rights perspective, that's where my things are different there. When it comes to some of the things that we as men have participate and advocate for on the daily, as a man, I have no problem helping Miss Mabins get her groceries in the car because she's elderly and it's a lot. I have no problem helping Miss Mabins. I love shout outs to Miss Mabins. If you have a Miss Mabins in your community, help out. I have no problem helping children. Hey, can you reach that for me, sir? It's too high for me. Here you go, little one. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with, back in the neighborhood that I grew up in, shout outs on Staten Island, that when the ice cream man came around, the adults in the neighborhood was like, hey, you want an ice cream? I got $1. I got $2. Come on, young man. I had no problem with that. I was a kid at the time. But if I was the adult, I would make sure I would get them kids some ice cream. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. For the young lady that needs help with the door because she's got her kid in one arm and her dog in the other, I have no problem helping her with that. I have no problem being chivalrous as long as it is appreciated. That's where I'm okay with that. Mm-hmm. My problem is when you look at me up and down with some kind of heat because I didn't open the door for you. It's not because I didn't want to open the door for you. I didn't see you. Right? Or when I open that door for you, you don't even say thank you. You just walk through it.
Hate that.
I have a problem with that. Right? Or well, you're a man. You supposed to be. Don't tell me what I'm supposed to be doing. Because I don't think you would like it if I said you're a woman. You're supposed to be. Oh no. Oh, hell would break loose if I started my sentence like that, or ended my sentence like that. So it's more about the appreciation. I appreciate what a woman does for me, and I appreciate what other men have done for me. Right? Okay. In society, I appreciate it. You know, I appreciate the helping hand, the second hand. You know, shout outs to the woman when one time I was trying to tie my tie and I guess I wasn't doing it right. She said, I got you. Shout outs to that woman. A feminist can never, by the way, but shout outs to that woman.
Oh my gosh.
Shout outs to the woman that when she's when never mind.
You probably got touched on by a ton of feminists. You just don't know.
Well, they ain't looking at me.
They are.
They ain't looking at me. You know, they ain't looking at me. But anyway, shout outs to them. Shout outs. I appreciate it all. That's the point that I'm making. I appreciate it all. I think we all should appreciate each other. I think we should go back to that. You know, when I was younger, and maybe because I was younger, it was like this. But before we saw everybody sharing their business on social media, you had to deal with who was in your neighborhood. Mm-hmm. And I remember when I felt that there was more of an appreciation amongst the sexes with each other before we started getting into all this other stuff back in those days. I want to go back to that. Mm-hmm. Okay? Some would tell me that never existed. That's fine. But in my anecdotal experience, I saw people helping each other. Maybe not all the time, but when they could. Mm-hmm. Okay? So I just wish we had that. That is a community I'm trying to emulate in this modern time. I may be delusional in trying to do that, but that is something that I wish we just had more. You know, double standards. Look, there's going to be double standards. I can't do nothing about them. But for the wise people, just know that when you're coming together, that in that present moment, throw the double standards out the window, start with a clean slate. That's how we can get somewhere. That's all. All right. Okay. Let's sign off. Let's get our let everybody know where they can reach y'all. Ray, go ahead, man. Let people know where they can reach you, brother.
As I always say, my whole government name's on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
You can also reach me at Bannister Ray C at Instagram and Ultram at TikTok.
Yeah. For those who don't know, that's the same person.
Wow.
Ultram and Ray are the same person.
It's like Spider-Man. Funny how Spider-Man was.
We just saw the new Spider-Man movie. It was good.
It was good. It was good. Midcat, let people know where they can reach you. Or not reach you.
Facebook is just my name, Miriam Gates. And then TikTok is Meerkat. And Instagram, I think it's Miriam Gates. I think on Instagram.
Your name is Miriam. I love that. Oh.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
So wholesome.
It's a Bible name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
My mom and dad got it from. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hated my name until I got older.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, people make fun. Kids make fun of you. They're cruel, especially when it's an odd name.
That's odd. I thought it'd be hot.
No, I've only met one other Miriam in my life.
Mm.
So yeah.
Generationally, parents are no longer naming their kids Miriam. So
right.
You are right. Yeah. You're right. There's a lot of names. There's not many Jasons anymore that are under 35.
Oh, wow.
It's probably because of Jason on the Scary Movie.
Probably. Yeah. So,
What about Karen? I bet people aren't naming their kids Karen.
not young ones, no.
No, not young ones. So the ones that have
Yeah,
already been named, yeah.
yeah. It's you
Anyway,
still kids are still being named John. That's still happening. That's such a common name. John and Michaels. You
yeah,
still have John
Michael.
and Michaels. But I just said my real name just a second ago. So Jason's my real name. But
Oh, okay.
There's not many Jasons anymore. That
Okay.
because I'm 39. So like my era is starting to be the last of the Jasons.
Mm,
Yeah.
Wow.
that sounds like a scary movie.
Yeah. So Jess,
The last of the Jason.
but I'm fifth up here. But
Yeah.
so Jess, what's your let people know what you got going on, where to reach you and what you're promoting. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, I'm Jessica. You can find me on Instagram at Just the Romantic. Find me on YouTube at Just the Romantic. And I have a workbook coming out titled Single and Satisfied that's coming out this fall. And it's helping to teach Christian women how to navigate modern dating.
Okay.
All right. I have a book coming out. It's called Surviving the Feminist. It's coming out February 31st.
Okay.
What day is that? Put it on my calendar.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing. There's no such thing as February 31st. But
Exactly.
anyway.
So.
Let you explain the joke now.
You can reach me at the Fifth General, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Fifth General TV, YouTube, TikTok, and now the Kick platform.
Oh
All
my
right.
gosh.
There's a reason why I did opened up an account on that live stream platform, because there's a new show that is going to be coming soon. So I will be announcing that when things are aligned and ready to go. All right. That's just one more thing that I'm doing. Lord Jesus, I think I might be doing too much, but hey.
Sounds like it.
We will find out.
Yeah. We're gonna see what
Good of a
happens.
lot and master of none.
Well, the whole jack of all trades thing.
Yeah, jack of all trades, master of.
Yeah, I look at it more like a Renaissance man.
Okay.
Renaissance man is able to do multiple things. He is a man of many hats. So I look at it more so as a Renaissance man.
Women are like that too. They can multitask, you know. So they wear many hats also. So yeah, you're catching up, Fifth. No, I'm teasing.
All right. Next Monday, and I can announce this topic because it's already finalized. It is KJ's topic. Let me read the title. It is From Gen X to Gen Z. Has modern culture created the generation divide? That's going to be an interesting episode. So let's see what the brother has cooked up for that. Fifth at night, every Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 Central. TikTok Conversation will also be co-hosted this Thursday. TikTok Conversation will also be co-hosted by the Beyonder. He wanted to part 2 this series and bring it to the TikTok audience about who benefits more from social privilege, men or women. That is at Fifth General TV TikTok, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central. So we'll see what the audience has to say over there. Last Thursday, I don't know if any of y'all got in the chat, but last Thursday was an interesting topic. And the panel got full.
Oh,
A particular lady on there became famous.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
we watched that.
Yeah. It's on the YouTube. You know, I put everything there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go rewatch that.
That topic was, what topic was that? That was it was who has it harder today, and who has it harder in today's dating market, men or women? That was the actual conversation. for that particular TikTok episode. That is up on TikTok. Once again, those who I appreciate everyone for tuning into the Fifth in the City interview I did with my friend Bree. She is very humble, grateful, and appreciative of that. I am proud of that interview. I'm proud of the work that she has done. I'm proud of the work that I've done, but she's the star. She is the star. She is the star of that interview, and I thank her for that. Once again, if you're in the chat, listening, Bree, shout outs to you. Much love and respect. So make sure y'all watch that interview. The audience is still out there. I got something else coming up, and I'll announce that. And I'll be going on vacation soon at the end of August. I'll be out the country.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going on a cruise. It's going to Mexico and Honduras.
Oh, good for you. Take a tour of the city. When you do an excursion of where they take you all around the city. We've went on that one. It's really interesting, the people and the history of the city. So yeah, do that.
Absolutely. So next Monday will be the next episode of Fifth at Night, and then after that, I'm gonna have to take off the week that I'm out, and then it should come back on. I should be able to do Fifth at Night on the third. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to do it on. Might be the third. I don't know. I'll let y'all know because I might have to take 2 weeks off. But but the 17th is the next episode of Fifth at Night, so I will be there this Thursday. TikTok also next Thursday TikTok that's going on. I'll let people know when the show is coming back, and then also Labor Day. I want people to take Labor Day off. I'm going to be busy as well, so that's going to be September 7th. So I'll be able to keep everybody up to speed. Okay. All right. Okay. Labor Day is a day of rest. Okay. So enjoy your holiday, when that comes.
Same.
All right, everyone. Take care. Good night for the audience. This was another episode of Fifth at Night.
I want to do a shout out to all the people that keep their tree up all year round.
Oh my God. Are you Mariah Carey?
And it becomes a holiday tree. I got spring stuff on there right now. So
oh Lord, Mariah Carey!
Shout out to all the people who love their trees.
I'm gonna call you Miriam Carey.
You so stupid.
Mariah Carey keeps her Christmas tree up all year.
Well, it's a holiday tree because I changed it with like 4th of July, Valentine's Day, and all kinds of stuff. So yeah.
Oh wow.
I just love it. It's so peaceful to sit and watch the tree.
That's cool.
And the grandbabies like to rearrange the flowers and stuff that are on. Well, y'all have a good night. Love y'all.
All right, good night, y'all.
Take care, everybody.
That's it, y'all. Signing off, y'all. Peace. Take care, everyone. God bless.